Chapter 371. The last king's will statue was that of Golden Hand King. Unsurprisingly, this Gold Hand King specialized in hand arts. Apart from sword Dao and blade Dao, although the wills of other life and death kings were no different, there were definitely some subtle differences. For example, if a person who specialized in staff arts were to take the test of Gold Hand King's will, the result would certainly not be as good as a person who specialized in hand arts. The second last statue had already shattered, and 3 words were carved on it: Earth-Splitting King. The remaining statues were Wind, Cloud, Blade King, Divine Whip King, Silver Spear King, Dual Sword King, Tyrant Fist King, Chasing Wind King, Diamond King, Bewitching Eye King. The third was Iron Sword King, and the first was a titled monarch, Star Emperor. Every statue seemed ordinary, but when one calmed down and sensed their existence, the statues seemed to have come to life. Golden Hand Kings will statue shone with a golden light, and a sky-covering hand descended from the sky, leaving no place to escape. Wind, Cloud, Blade Kings, blade swept out, causing the heaven and earth to change color. Silver Spear Kings, silver spear, pierced through the sky like a silver meteor. Dual Sword King held a sword in each hand, and the 2 swords intersected, severing vitality. Tyrant Fist King's fists filled one's field of vision, encompassing the heaven and earth. Wind Chasing King's attacks were formless and invisible, representing extreme speed. Diamond King's majestic muscles bulged, and each of his movements contained boundless might. Bewitching Eye King's pupils were vertical, and when they contracted, an indescribable power pierced through the void. The third-ranked Iron Sword King gave Yi Chen a taste of sword aura. With a casual wave of his sword, the mountains and rivers split apart. Everything before his eyes seemed like fleeting clouds. As for the Star Emperor, Yi Chen couldn't use words to describe him. He couldn't see the Star Emperor, and could only see the dark sky filled with countless stars. Meteors were falling from the sky at every moment, striking the ground. On this statue, Yi Chen could sense a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao, which could not be resisted. Is this the aura of a life and death king? And the second-ranked statue has some words on it. The second statue had been used by someone, and it was called Mysterious King. On the lower right corner of the stone slab were 2 lines of words: 18 remaining 15. Don't take Star Emperor, just Mysterious King. Through Mysterious Gate, rise above emperors and attack heavenly will. To Yanqing Xian, Yanqing Xian Xianhou? It was Xianhou. The one who left these words was actually the world-famous Xianhou. Xuanhou's title was taken from her name, Yanqing Xian. The word Xian was a homonym, and it was extremely mysterious. However, from the looks of it now, there was more than one meaning. The title of King of Mysteries also had a mysterious meaning, and Xianhou had mentioned the door of mysteries in the words she left behind. The combination of the 3 meanings was the mystery of Xianhou. The 2 lines of words contained Xuanhou's lofty aspirations. 18 remaining 15 should mean that of the 18 statues, only 15 remained intact. Don't take Star Emperor meant that she didn't accept the trial of Star Emperor's statue, not that she didn't dare. It could be seen that Xianhou had the ability to accept the trial of Star Emperor's statue, but she had given up. With Mysterious Gate, rise above emperors and attack heavenly will, it was easy to guess that Xianhou already had her own Tao. This Tao was precisely the door of mysteries, which allowed her to rise above emperors and attack heavenly will. This is a powerful woman who pursues the peak. Yi Chen let out a breath. He could imagine that Xianhou wasn't a life and death king at that time, and she might not have even entered Sea of Soul Realm. However, she didn't have the slightest doubt that she would vanish in the crowd. She even said that she would use her own Tao to surpass all emperors. Right now, she had already accomplished half of it. Under Su King, no one dared to say that they could surpass Xianhou. What was even more frightening was that Xuanhou's life had only just begun. Of course, the higher one's strength, the wider one's horizons. Yi Chun had long known that true spirit continent wasn't the whole world, and that life and death kings weren't limited to what they seemed on the surface. There were still many old monsters and demons who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. When they returned, true spirit continent would be reshuffled. Among the 11 statues, there are 2 statues of Sword Kings. Let's start with Dual Sword King's Will statue. Retracting his gaze, Yi Chun arrived before Dual Sword King's Will statue. Dual Sword King was a middle-aged man with a grim expression. He wore a golden crown on his head and a close-fitting battle robe on the outside. He had a wrist guard on his wrist and a sword on either side of his waist. These 2 swords weren't the same. The one on the left was slightly wider, while the one on the right was slightly longer. A faintly discernible murderous aura lingered around them. I wonder what Dual Sword King's sword will look like. His expression suddenly turned grave and stern. The ancient long sword above Yi Chun's sea of soul trembled, and an all-conquering sword intent spread out on Dual Sword King's Will statue. Kill! Kill! With the word kill resounding in his ears, a light figure walked out of Dual Sword King's Will statue. As soon as this light figure appeared, Yi Chun knew that it was Dual Sword King's Will image. A frightening pressure filled the heaven and earth. Even the void couldn't bear his presence and loudly collapsed. In the next moment, Yi Chun's pupils shrank. He saw Dual Sword King's Will image pull out the 2 swords at his waist, crisscrossing them and slashing at an unimaginable speed. 2 huge cracks appeared in the space, and Yi Chun couldn't even move a finger. Rip! In a flash, Yi Chun's body shattered into thousands of pieces. Blood collided in the air and scattered in all directions like a huge flower of blood. Haha! My slaughter sword will connect the past and present. Die! Dual Sword King's Will image laughed crazily, his long hair fluttering in the wind. My will is immortal and inextinguishable. My soul is eternal. Your sword will is thousands of times stronger than mine. So what? This is just a remnant of your will. It can't affect reality. Everything is an illusion. Everything is fabricated. Reassemble. Blood spurted out from the corner of the eyes, and the lips on the flesh let out a loud roar. A horrifying light shot out from Yi Chun's eyes as his sword will spread out. In an instant, thousands of pieces of flesh reassembled, forming a complete body. Immortal sword will, what a familiar feeling. Who are you to Battle King? No, sword will can't be inherited. Everyone has their own will. This should be the sword will you comprehended from Battle King. Battle King, Battle King. Since you have such achievements in sword will, why do you call yourself Battle King? I know you've always wanted to call yourself Sword King, or even Sword Emperor. Unfortunately, the title of Sword King has already been taken by the ancients. Today's titled monarchs were just weak monarchs in the ancient times. A single Sword King could beat everyone under the heavens. Dual Sword King's Will image murmured to himself. Then his eyes fell on Yi Chun. Your will is very young. You should be a little brat. Brat, what is your goal? Yi Chun didn't know if the other could hear him or not, but he said resolutely, My goal is very simple. I want to become stronger step by step. Ha! I can't hear your voice, but I can feel your will. Brat, attack the Sword King. Wait until the day you become a Sword King. There should be no one under the heavens who can be your opponent. Since ancient times, no one has ever surpassed the ancient Sword Kings in sword will. Buzz! After saying this, the Dual Sword King's Will image turned into countless light dots and dissipated. The will statue behind him cracked and collapsed. Looking straight at the rubble, Yi Chun thought, Slaughter sword will, what an amazing sword will. If it was still alive, its will could affect reality, and I would have already died 1,000 times. When a person is dead, the will has no support and can only exist in nothingness. However, if it is deceived by the illusion, then it is true death. There is only a fine line between life and death. Closing his eyes, Yi Chun felt the moment just now. Dual Sword King was famous for his dual swords. One sword was for killing everyone in front of him. The other was for massacring, slaughtering the world. With the two swords combined, he became a king. After a long time, Yi Chun opened his eyes. This is not my sword Dao, but I can use it as a reference. Moving his feet, Yi Chun arrived in front of Iron Sword King's will statue, which was ranked third. Iron Sword King's will statue's expression was very calm, with a trace of loneliness. The simple and unadorned iron sword was casually inserted into the ground, slanted and 3 feet away from his palm. Calming his mind, Yi Chun urged his sword intent to radiate onto Iron Sword King's will statue. Iron Sword King's will image walked out step by step. He didn't attack Yi Chun, but looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting dark." Yi Chun's eyes were firm, unmoved. Your sword will has an immortal nature. Among the younger generation, only Battle King has this potential. However, you are not him. Your will is more reserved, while his will has always been one of supremacy. Perhaps you are his successor. Iron Sword King's words made Yi Chun realize that this person had become famous before Battle King. When he died, Battle King hadn't reached the legendary level. My will is the destruction, sword will. With one sword, all things will be destroyed. Take advantage of the darkness to make your move. Clang! Pulling out the iron sword phantom beside him, Iron Sword King's will image calmly stood there. After experiencing the slaughter sword will, Yi Chun's heart was as calm as an ancient well. Extinguish! With a casual wave of the iron sword, heaven and earth ceased to exist, and everything turned into primal chaos. Previously, Yi Chun had secretly estimated Iron Sword King's sword will, but with a wave of his sword, he immediately understood that Iron Sword King's sword will was twice as strong as Dual Sword King's. It was uncertain whether Battle King's achievements were higher than his. Body and soul instantly annihilated. Yi Chun couldn't feel himself. He was muddle-headed and lost all his 5 senses. Drifting with the current, it was as if he had disappeared from this world. A speck of brilliance lit up. It was the essence of Yi Chun's will. Immortal! Immortal! Reassemble! Faintly, Yi Chun's 5 senses gradually recovered, but he didn't have a body. He roared and automatically condensed a will image, contending against Iron Sword King's destruction sword will. Not bad. You have grasped the essence of immortality and firmly believe that you are immortal. Iron Sword King's will image nodded with a smile. Chapter 372. At this moment, Yi Chun didn't have a body. Strictly speaking, he didn't have a body in the world of will. In the real world, he just stood there motionlessly, looking at the Iron Sword King's will statue in front of him. There were traces of cracks spreading on the statue. They were very small, but they were already showing signs of collapsing. Feeling the will image condensed in his body, Yi Chun's 5 senses were very subtle. He could see things he couldn't see before and sense mysteries he couldn't sense before. He was very clear that he could condense the will image only under the guidance of Iron Sword King's will. In reality, he was still far from it. Trying his best to counteract Iron Sword King's destruction, Sword Dao will, Yi Chun's will image gradually turned blurry, wanting to return to reality. Right at this moment, the storage ring on Yi Chun's finger flickered with a dim light, and the broken Battle King's sword shook uncontrollably. Iron Sword King, long time no see. In the world of will, another will image appeared. This will image was 2 meters tall, with a steel-cast body that was perfectly straight, as if it could support the sky. His eyes were cold and resolute as he looked straight at Iron Sword King. In his right hand was a sword, which was the intact Battle King's sword. Battle King's will image had appeared. Oh, Battle King! Didn't expect you to leave a will in this kid's body. Iron Sword King's brows twitched, somewhat astonished. Battle King glanced at Yi Chun's will image. He's not my successor. but he can be counted as my successor. The connection between us is nothing more than a broken sword." The two didn't speak, as they couldn't hear each other. This was an exchange of wills. "You've appeared now. Are you planning to exchange pointers with me in Sword Dao?" That's right. Battle King didn't only have sword intent, but also a battle intent that could break through the shackles of heaven and earth. His jet-black long hair danced in the sky. Iron Sword King revealed an expression of, as expected, "I'm already dead. This will has one last attack left. I hope your immortal Sword Dao will let me have a good time. Bring out your sword. Bring out your sword." After several hundred years, the two kings of Sword Dao met once again. Although it was only a confrontation of wills, it was not something ordinary people could see. On the path of Sword Dao, whose accomplishments were greater, would be revealed at this moment. Yi Qin held his breath as he stared unblinkingly at the two's will images. Clang! Blazing flames soared into the sky. It was impossible to see the movements of the two. Almost in an instant, the swords of the Battle King and Iron Sword King collided with each other as they poured all their strength into their swords. Roar! The Iron Sword King roared. The gaze emitted from his eyes was even more frightening than the sword chi. "My achievements have long surpassed yours. Retreat." It had to be said that the Battle King's immortal sword was exceptionally frightening. No matter how the Destruction Sword will attacked, it was still able to maintain its original form and forcibly resist the attack from a distance. On the other hand, the Destruction Sword was gradually being whittled away, causing the Iron Sword King's will image to rapidly dim. "Destroy!" The Iron Sword King roared again. His body fused with the sword will and crazily slashed at the Battle Monarch. The willpower that could destroy everything turned the world into primal chaos. "I'll show you the true essence of the immortal sword will." A sword intent that was so vast that it could pierce through the sky burst out fiercely. The sword intent was like a vast ocean, one wave higher than the other, never stopping. In front of an even more powerful sword intent, the Destruction Sword could only launch a futile attack and then be blocked. "Amazing. Your Sword Dao is indeed above mine." Countless specks of light scattered. The Iron Sword King's fluctuation grew weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared. Sheathing his sword, the Battle Monarch turned around. "Your immortality is different from mine, do you understand?" Yi Qin didn't expect that the Battle Monarch's first words would be this. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "I understand. Everyone's willpower was different because people were born with differences. Imitating someone else's path would only end up shackling oneself. To be able to comprehend your own immortal sword from my sword intent, no wonder you could reach this step." After a pause, the Battle Monarch continued, "I have nothing left for you. I will impart all of my Sword Dao experiences into your mind to help you advance further." Raising his right index and middle fingers, the Battle Monarch pointed at the space between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Buzz! Countless chaotic information poured into Yi Chen's soul sea, almost causing it to collapse. Yi Chen was overwhelmed with shock. The Battle Monarch's method was simply unfathomable. He was actually able to impart his Sword Dao experiences into someone else's mind. Don't be surprised. My sword will is the immortal sword will, and my Sword Dao experiences also have an immortal nature. If it were someone else, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. After saying the last sentence, the Battle Monarch's image collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, the Yi Qin in the real world opened his eyes. "Dual Sword King, Iron Sword King, Battle Monarch, many thanks." From the Dual Sword King's Slaughter Sword will and the Iron Sword King's Destruction Sword will, Yi Chen had gained a lot. However, he still couldn't convert them into real battle power. Battle Monarch's immortal sword had given Yi Chen a direct epiphany. Once his sword reached perfection, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. First, let me take a look at the Battle Monarch's Sword Dao experiences. Sinking his consciousness into his soul sea, Yi Chan wandered through the unfamiliar information flow. At the age of 13, he left home and joined a small and weak gang. Amidst bloody and fiery battles, he comprehended sword will and became a gang leader. At the age of 16, he entered clasping Yuan realm, and by 17 he could be said to be unrivaled in clasping Yuan realm. At 19, he entered astral reaching realm. Roaming the continent, he met young sword artists everywhere and fought countless times. His sword skills became increasingly exquisite, and his sword will become increasingly intense. At the age of 22, there was no young sword artist on true spirit continent who could be his opponent. At 25, he sensed sword intent as a rootless source and comprehended the immortal will. At 26, he advanced to Sea of Soul realm with a solid foundation and became the youngest life and death king in hundreds of years and was called Battle Monarch. Time flowed like water, and Battle Monarch's life replayed in Yi Chen's mind. Without a doubt, Battle Monarch's experiences were incomparable to Yi Chen's, and what Yi Chen lacked was precisely experience. Without enough experience, his sword could not be perfected and could not advance further. This had nothing to do with talent or comprehension, but was purely a kind of perfection of the soul. Perfection of sword will was not much different from greater success sword will in terms of power. However, everyone knew that incomplete sword will was incomplete, and there were still flaws and loopholes. Battle Monarch's sword Dao experience filled in the blanks of Yi Chen's experience. A shattering sound seemed to resound in the depths of his heart, and his sword rejoiced as if it had regained its freedom. This is perfection, so that's how it is. Yi Chen could feel that his sword had already become perfect, without a single flaw. In the future, the only thing that mattered would be the difference in strength. After perfection of sword will, it is time to condense the sword soul. I believe that because I comprehended the immortal sword will, before my sword will reach perfection, it already had the shape of a sword soul embryo, but I haven't reached the realm yet. With the huge Battle King sword will as his database, Yi Chen's knowledge of sword will was not inferior to any sword king. Only then did he realize that the ancient long sword above his soul was actually the sword soul embryo, and that warriors could also condense the martial soul embryo, just like Shintujue. The sword soul was about attacking power. The martial soul was about all aspects. It was hard to say which of the two was better, but the key lay in the user's usage. Reaching perfection of sword will still require a long period of time before I have enough willpower to condense the sword soul embryo. However, I am different from ordinary sword artists. Before I reach the realm, my sword will automatically condense into the sword soul embryo, which saves me a lot of time. Now let me continue. Condensing the sword soul embryo required a huge amount of willpower. Fortunately, Yi Chen had refined 4 blood evil stones, one of which contained a huge amount of willpower, which was equivalent to 4 ordinary blood evil stones. The amount of willpower stored in it was enough to support him to the next step. Above his soul sea, the silver mist poured into the ancient long sword. The ancient long sword vibrated, and gradually a faint silver color appeared. Trace by trace, the speed at which the ancient long sword devoured the willpower became faster and faster. From time to time, a sharp sword would leak out from the soul sea. Bang! All of the silver mist had been devoured, and the ancient-looking long sword expanded by a couple of times, growing from a finger long to 3 fingers long. The rich sword intent was condensed and contained within. As the owner of the sword spirit, Yi Chen felt unprecedentedly powerful. If I were an ordinary sword artist, I would have condensed a true sword soul by now. However, I am still at the sword soul embryo realm. To condense a true sword soul embryo, the amount of willpower required would be enormous. However, merely based on the amount of sword will, it is several times more than an ordinary sword artist's sword soul embryo, which is equivalent to the might of a true sword soul. In this aspect, I have already surpassed any astral reaching realm sword artist, and am no different from an ordinary sea of soul realm sword artist. Extending his right index finger, a green lotus sword chi pierced out. Puff, puff, puff. The sword chi not only pierced through the rock Yi Chen was standing on, it even pierced through 3 nearby rocks. On the wrist-sized sword hole, the sword didn't dissipate, making one's hair stand on end. Its might has doubled. If Grand Elder Qin were to hear these words, he would certainly be dumbstruck. Before this, Yi Chen was already an astral-reaching paragon. Now that his offensive power had doubled, it could no longer be described with words. Among astral-reaching experts, who could defeat Yi Chen? In other words, the iron rule of astral-reaching paragon was on the verge of shattering. In the past, it was not that there had never been battles between astral-reaching paragon. At most, they would have the upper hand, but there was no possibility of casualties. Who could have known that a person like Yi Chen would appear? In terms of invincibility, perhaps from now on, there would only be one astral-reaching paragon, Yi Chen. Chapter 373. My goal of dominating the astral-reaching realm should be considered accomplished. It wasn't that Yi Chen was being arrogant, but this was the truth. In terms of sword will, Yi Chen's realm was at the embryonic form of sword soul. Its might was comparable to a true sword soul, which was enough to contend against ordinary sea of soul realm sword artists. In terms of cultivation base, although Yi Chen was still at late astral reaching realm, and there was still a gap between him and peak late astral reaching realm, he cultivated a top rank earth grade technique, Green Lotus Sword Arts. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the peak of the 13th layer. The quantity and quality of his Zhen Yuan surpassed peak late astral reaching realm experts. This was not a disadvantage, but an advantage. In terms of mentality, Yi Chen's thunder mentality and wood mentality had reached the limit, followed by fast mentality, then slow mentality, followed by cloud mentality and earth mentality. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, he was at the forefront. In terms of martial arts, all of them were top-notch goods. His movement art was Shadow Clone movement art, which was amplified by Flow 3 Mysterious Spell, a top-rank earth grade technique. His sword art was Green Lotus Sword Arts, which had 9 styles, each stronger than the last. It was also a top-rank earth grade technique. His fused sword move, Sky-Shattering Clouds, had already fused to the 7th style, and its might was not inferior to the complete 8th style of Green Lotus Sword Arts. His self-created sword art, Fast Four Swords, was based on speed, and each sword was faster than the last. In terms of speed, he was unrivaled. It could be said that, apart from having no upper-grade artifact, Yi Chen had completely surpassed astral-reaching paragons in other aspects, and not just by a little bit. What was more frightening was that even at this level, Yi Chen still hadn't exhausted his potential. In terms of cultivation base, if he could reach the peak of late astral-reaching realm, his battle power would increase by at least 20%, and his 20% would be equivalent to 30 to 40% of others. The will statues of Dual Sword King and Iron Sword King had already collapsed. Yi Chen looked at the stone slab in front of him and shook his head. Forget it. Xianhou was Xianhou and he was him. There was no need to leave any traces of his presence. Yi Chen moved his vision away from the stone slab and looked at the statue of the Star Emperor, which was ranked first. He murmured to himself, "The Star Emperor's will is very close to the heavenly Tao, and it's much stronger than the Combat King's will. Of course, if I were cultivating the martial Tao, I would have to risk my life to take the test. Unfortunately, I'm cultivating the Sword Tao. I don't have to stick to the old rules, but it's not the right time yet. One day, when my attainments in the Sword Tao reach the Combat King level, I will be able to absorb all the knowledge I can use to temper my Sword Tao. Leave it to the fated one." Yi Chen resolutely turned around and walked towards the tightly shut stone door. Boom! The stone door slowly opened from the inside. Through the gap, Yi Chen saw Grand Elder Qin and Lu Mei sitting on the ground with their eyes closed. "Grand Elder Yi, did you succeed?" As soon as Grand Elder Chin said those words, he regretted it immediately. It was not bullshit. If he did not succeed, then he would die. Taking the test of willpower was not like a master teaching his disciple. There was only a fine line between life and death. Obviously, since Yi Chun had made it out alive, then he had passed the test. Yi Chun didn't care about Grand Elder Chen's words and nodded. You really don't want to take the trial? This is a rare opportunity. Lu Mei shook her head. No, the King Will Statue's trial is not something anyone can take. Moreover, I'll be satisfied if I can reach the Sea of Soul realm in this lifetime. As for higher realms, I don't have any extravagant hopes. It seems that accepting the King Will Statue's trial won't give me the aptitude to enter the life and death realm. So why should I take the risk? Grand Elder Lu is right. Not everyone can take the King Will attack. On True Spirit Continent, only 3 out of 10 people who take the King Will Statue's trial can survive. And these 10 are all astonishing geniuses. We can't even compare to them. Yi Chin turned silent, just as the two had said. Accepting the trial was indeed a dangerous action. Dual Sword King's slaughter sword had instantly sliced his will into thousands of pieces. If it were someone else, they wouldn't believe that they were still alive. In that case, they would really die in reality. Without any mishaps, Iron Sword King's destruction sword was twice as frightening as the slaughter sword will. His will had been completely shattered, and he couldn't even sense his own existence. His life and death were unknown. If not for his immortal intent, Yi Chin believed that his chances of surviving would be less than 30%. Accepting the King Will Statue's trial required one to have the qualifications. Otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. Before leaving, Grand Elder Chin and Lu Mei glanced at the half-closed stone gate and were greatly alarmed. Of the 11 King Will statues, 2 had collapsed. Didn't this mean that Yi Chun had accepted the trial of 2 Will statues in a row? This kind of will was enough to shock anyone. There's a conveyor gate in the stone forest, but it hasn't been activated. Yi Chen's soul power had a vast range. On the 3rd day, he finally found a hope of leaving. Of course, in order to conceal his soul power, Yi Chen didn't immediately explain. Instead, he intentionally or unintentionally approached the gate, and only spoke of his discovery when he was less than 15 li away. Conveyor gate! There's hope! Grand Elder Chin let out a sigh of relief. This place was extremely desolate. If he were to stay here for the rest of his life, he would surely die. On the other hand, Bewilderment Fog Island had a population of more than 10 million, and there were many experts as well. Lu Mei also revealed a smile. Although it hasn't been activated, it's still better than having no hope at all. The conveyor gate was slightly damaged, and there were some ancient patterns carved on it. The patterns shone faintly. Obviously, this was not an abandoned conveyor gate. Let's join hands and pour in Jinyuan to see if we can activate it. Grand Elder Chin suggested. All right. Yi Chen and Lu Mei nodded. The 3 of them stood at 3 different angles and slowly placed their hands on the gate. Their Jinyuan started to boil and pour in at a constant speed. As the Jinyuan continued to pour in, the light on the patterns became brighter and brighter. After a while, a black light traveled along the patterns. Woo! The patterns lit up, and a black whirlpool appeared inside the stone gate. Let's go! The 3 of them stepped into the black vortex at the same time and disappeared from sight. The thick fog covered the entire place, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. 3 figures appeared out of nowhere, floating above the lake. Grand Elder Yi, Grand Elder Lu, our luck is really good. We were actually transported within 1,000 li of Bewilderment Fog Island. The sensory ball is reacting. Grand Elder Chin took out the sensory ball from his storage ring. Seeing the dangerous orange light flickering on it, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Yi Chin chuckled. Being able to walk out of there alive is already luck in itself. Right? With 500 beasts, even an astral-reaching paragon would have little hope of surviving. Of course, this is all thanks to Grand Elder Yi. Without Yi Qin, even if the three hid underground, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the beast's pursuit. After all, at the astral-reaching realm, who could use soul power? Soul power was higher than mind power. Even if they scanned the beasts, they wouldn't be discovered. If it were any other astral-reaching paragon, they wouldn't even dare to use mind power to explore the way. How could they escape? Let's return to Bewilderment Fog Island. Yeah, let's go. With the sensory ball, the three didn't need to worry about getting lost and headed straight for Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Palace Hall. What? The three of them came out alive? The island lord of Bewilderment Fog Island, the black-robed old man, was very surprised but soon revealed a smile. He thought to himself, the rumor of the reversed 9 turned spirit grass isn't fake. It really exists. According to secret information, several hundred years ago, someone disappeared for no reason and suddenly reappeared. One time, when he was drunk, he unintentionally revealed the news of obtaining the reversed 9 turned spirit grass and was chased by others. Presumably, the three of them have hope of obtaining the reversed 9 turned spirit grass. Haha, tell them to come here. The black-robed old man said to the attendant, who was bowing. Yes. The attendant turned around and left the hall. Soon, Yi Qin and the other two arrived outside the hall. Come in. The black-robed old man didn't inform anyone. He didn't want the news of the 9 turned spirit grass to spread. Yi Qin and the other two entered the hall. Greetings, Island Master. Grand Elder Qin and Lu Mei cupped their hands. Yi Qin slightly bowed. The black-robed old man creased his brows and glanced at Yi Qin, then said, I'm very happy that the three of you can return safely. What about the others? Grand Elder Qin said sadly, they're all dead, and the ship has been destroyed. You were being chased? Right? There were a lot of bewilderment fog beasts inside. Being able to come out alive is a great fortune. Grand Elder Qin spoke vaguely, not giving too many details. Firstly, it was because of Yi Qin. Secondly, they had harvested a lot of rare spirit grasses and didn't intend to hand them over. So that's how it is. Being able to come out alive is indeed a great fortune. The black-robed old man faintly nodded and said, However, your harvest this time is certainly not small. Hand over your storage rings. I'll only take a portion. I won't let you leave empty-handed. He couldn't directly say that he wanted the 9 turned spirit grass, so he asked the three to hand over their storage rings. Grand Elder Qin and Lu Mei's complexion suddenly changed. Island Master, there doesn't seem to be such a rule, right? Bewilderment Fog Ship's purpose was indeed to search for 9 turned spirit grass, but it didn't say that personal gains would belong to Bewilderment Fog Island. Instead, it was used to report back after discovering a secret location. At that time, all the experts of Bewilderment Fog Island would naturally be dispatched. The black-robed old man's expression turned cold. What? I told you to hand it over, and you'll hand it over. Don't forget the consequences of defying me. At this moment, Yi Qin spoke. Forgive me, but I can't comply. Grand Elder Yi, you've got guts. Do you think you can defy me just because your cultivation base has made some progress? I spared your life before, and I can kill you now. The black-robed old man shouted. Grand Elder Qin and Lu Mei exchanged a glance. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still somewhat afraid when the matter came to a head. Island Master's prestige had been accumulated for a long time, and had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. Normally, they wouldn't dare defy Island Master. Grand Elder Lu, what do you think? Grand Elder Qin transmitted his genuine to Lu Mei. Lu Mei muttered, I believe in Yi Qin. After getting along for a period of time, they clearly understood Yi Qin's strength. He was basically invincible. Yi Qin said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, We risked our lives to obtain this. Why do we need your permission to obtain it? the black-robed old man said in an awe-inspiring tone, "because I'm the controller of Bewilderment Fog Island. Those who don't listen will all die. Grand Elder Yi, you've already committed a capital offense. Do you understand?" Chapter 374. Guilty of a capital offense? I don't think so. Before his battle strength had advanced, Yi Chun had never feared the island master. If he couldn't beat him, couldn't he run? Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was shrouded in dense fog. Hiding was easy. As for now, there was no need to be afraid. The black-robed old man was so angry that he started laughing instead. "Looks like it has been a long time since I fought, and some people of Bewilderment Fog Island have already forgotten my existence. Fine. Today I will kill the chicken to warn the monkey and let everyone know who exactly is the master of Bewilderment Fog Island." Rumble. The chair behind him exploded, and the black-robed old man suddenly stood up. Lightning crackled around his body. "Grand Elder Yi, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your storage ring, kneel, and accept your punishment. Then I'll spare your dog life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The black-robed old man was still a bit worried. Extreme astral-reaching experts weren't easy to kill. If the latter wholeheartedly tried to escape, his chances of success wouldn't exceed 70%. Of course, if Yi Chin insisted on not handing over his storage ring, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest and would immediately kill him. Life and death are decided by a single thought of yours. Consider it well. The black-robed old man's voice was rather gloomy. His breathing was gradually restrained, like a volcano about to erupt. He was secretly accumulating all the power in his body, striving to kill Yi Chin in an instant. You could have continued to be the island master. Bewilderment Fog Island would still be under your control for the next few decades. Yi Chen said a baffling sentence. "You don't agree." "You don't have the qualifications to make me agree. Since you want to die, don't blame me." The black-robed old man's fury erupted like a volcano. The lightning outside his body suddenly gathered in his palm. His figure flickered, and his palm slapped towards Yi Chen's head. This palm carried the fury of thunder, and its speed was as fast as lightning. Even an astral-reaching paragon of the same rank would have to dodge. Yi Chen stood motionless. He didn't take out his long sword, nor did he prepare to meet the attack. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed in the air. Puff! A deep azure sword chi shot out. Under the amplification of sword intent, its speed was as fast as a shooting star. Kacha! A few arm-thick cracks appeared in the foggy palace hall, and a powerful shockwave gushed out from the entrance of the hall, creating many ravines. Dong, 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 dong. Muffled footsteps were heard. The black-robed old man's palm dripped with blood as he was forcibly blown back. His face was full of shock. It had only been half a month, but Yi Chen's strength had already reached such a level. Although he didn't use an upper-grade offensive artifact just now, he believed that he could deal with Yi Chen with just his palms. After all, before obtaining an upper-grade artifact, he was already one of the strongest extreme astral-reaching experts. Dozens of years of bitter cultivation had allowed his basic strength to increase without diminishing. Dealing with a young, extreme astral-reaching expert was a piece of cake for him. But now he finally understood that Yi Chen's strength was not what the outside world had estimated. No wonder you dared to defy me. It turns out that you are hiding your true strength. Don't tell me you think you can act presumptuously in front of me with just this bit of strength? Recollecting his shocked expression, the black-robed old man spread out his hands. A dark blue light flickered, and two huge iron hammers appeared in his hands. These two hammers were more than a meter long, and their handles were as thick as a wrist. The heads of the hammers were two cylinders, glowing with a pitch-black metallic luster. Under the black-robed old man's jinyuan, the ends of the hammers burst out with sharp, dark blue lightning, and an incomparably frightening might instantly spread out. Without a doubt, the iron hammers were upper-grade artifacts. a mid-grade artifacts. Might couldn't even compare to half of its might. Upper-grade artifact, exploding thunder hammer. Grand Elder Chin blurted out, holding the hammer with both hands, the black-robed old man's eyes filled with killing intent as he said sinisterly, I found this upper-grade artifact in the ancient ruins. Relying on it, I've killed at least 8 extreme astral-reaching experts, if not 10. You'll be the next. Thunder attribute upper-grade artifact is indeed not ordinary. Among the different types of offensive great weapons, the thunder and fire great weapons were the most overbearing. The earth great weapons were the thickest, the metal great weapons were the sharpest, and the wind great weapons could not only increase one's attack power, but could also increase one's speed. Hammer-type offensive artifacts were originally full of killing power. Coupled with the tyrannical thunder attribute, it was like adding wings to a tiger, breaking through everything. Swish! A long sword appeared in Yi Chen's left hand as he slowly said, I've never exchanged blows with an astral-reaching paragon. Today, I'll use you to sharpen my sword. How arrogant! Take my furious thunder explosion. The black-robed old man rose from the ground, and the muscles on his arms swelled up. An incomparably vigorous thunder attribute Zhan Yuan poured into the exploding thunder hammer, which ferociously smashed toward Yi Chen, who was not far away. Before the hammer arrived, the ferocious hammer pressure immediately blasted away half of the hull. Berserk lightning snakes swam everywhere, pervading hundreds of meters in radius. Thunder mentality, containing explosive power? Facing the black-robed old man's pair of iron hammers, Yi Chen was still in the mood to study his opponent's mentality. It was common knowledge that mentalities were divided into attributes. Apart from the natural attribute mentalities, there were many other attributes. Moreover, mentalities of the same attribute would also differ from person to person. The black-robed old man's thunder mentality contained a kind of explosive power. With a swing of the hammer, the powerful hammer pressure instantly blasted away half of the hull. It was even more offensive than the ordinary thunder mentality. My sky-shattering clouds contains an intense, explosive power. Let's see whose thunder mentality is a notch higher. Clang! Unsheathing the thunder sword, Yi Chen held it with one hand and swung out. The sword's swinging speed was full of explosive power, causing the void to tremble. Pung, 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 pung. Thunderous explosions resounded. In a short period of time, Yi Chen and the black-robed old man exchanged dozens of blows. Each time, they adopted a head-on stance, neither giving way to the other. Finally, the entire foggy hall could no longer endure the exchange of blows and shattered into thousands of pieces, scattering in every direction. Who is fighting in the foggy hall? The numerous grand elders and elders of Bewilderment Fog Island were startled, their faces filled with shock. Soon after, they all rushed in the direction of the exchange. Sub-Island Master's residence. Sub-Island Master Wang raised his head and slightly creased his brows. Among the auras exchanging blows, one was unexpectedly Bewilderment Fog Island's Island Master, while the other was somewhat unfamiliar. He seemed to have seen it before, yet also seemed to have never seen it before. In terms of basic strength, Island Master and I are more or less the same. However, Island Master has 2 upper-grade artifacts. One is the exploding thunder hammer, and the other is the defensive artifact golden armor. With this golden armor, even if Sub-Island Master Chui and I joined hands, it would still be difficult to break through his defense. Therefore, Island Master is him, not me or Sub-Island Master Chui. This person can fight evenly with Island Master, so his strength is not below mine. Unfortunately, Island Master is innately undefeatable. Swish! Sub-Island Master Wang's feet moved, soaring into the sky. In another Sub-Island Master's residence, Sub-Island Master Chui woke up from his cultivation. With a wave of his palm, the door opened, and his body streaked across the horizon like a blade light. The residences of sub-island master, grand elders, and elders weren't far from the foggy hall. In a short period of time, apart from those who were out on business, all the higher-ups of Bewilderment Fog Island had arrived. Everyone's gaze fell on the center of the foggy hall, which had been razed to the ground. Immediately they were dumbstruck. The one fighting with Island Master was unexpectedly Yi Chin, who had become a Grand Elder some time ago. This kid has eaten a leopard's gall, daring to fight with Island Master. A middle-aged Grand Elder said. Grand Elder Sun's gaze was filled with schadenfreude. I told you this kid wasn't anything good. Seems like the position of Grand Elder can't satisfy him, and he has his eyes set on the position of Island Master. He doesn't know how to write the word death. Swish, swish. Sub-Island Master Wong and Sub-Island Master Chui arrived. Sub-Island Master. Everyone cupped their hands towards the two. Sub-Island Master Wong said, Do you know what happened? We just arrived as well. Nodding, Sub-Island Master Wong's gaze fell on the black-robed old man. Then he shifted his gaze. This time he was shocked, forcing Island Master to use the explosive thunder hammer. This strength is no less than yours or mine. Hearing this, Sub-Island Master Chui said solemnly, He still has some strength left. Still has strength left? Sub-Island Master Wong was quite surprised. If these words came from someone else, he would not believe them. But Sub-Island Master Chui was a saber expert, and his eyesight was the sharpest. Naturally, he would not speak carelessly. Gradually, the many Grand Elders and Elders also saw some clues. After fighting for such a long time, Island Master still hadn't gained the upper hand. Could it be that this kid's strength could already contend against Island Master? Impossible! Island Master hasn't used his killing move yet. Elder Sun immediately denied. Indeed, it's not that there haven't been experts who exchanged a few moves with Island Master in the past, but once Island Master used his killing move, none of them survived. This kid is no exception. Let's see how he dies. Sub-Island Master Wong also shook his head. Too reckless. Not only had Island Master not used his killing move, he hadn't even activated his golden armor. Even if Yi Chen's strength was exceedingly high, he still couldn't do anything to Island Master. After fighting for a long time, the black-robed old man's mood started to become irritable. He roared, Good! You're the third person to be able to exchange so many moves with me in dozens of years. But the next move will take your dog life. Thunder Lion Transformation. Cracking the ground with one foot, the black-robed old man soared into the sky and raised his iron hammer high above his head. Violent thunderbolts gathered at the hammer's head, constantly compressing and mixing, quickly condensing into a lion bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The lion roared, and a terrifying pressure covered the heaven and earth. Bang! The two hammers suddenly smashed down, and the thunder lion rushed out, diving towards Yi Chin. Green Lotus Sprout. Putting the thunder sword back into its scabbard, the green wood sword unsheathed. Still holding the sword with one hand, Yi Chin swung it, and the sword light surged, meeting the thunder lion head-on. Puff! 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 Like fireworks exploding, the thunder lion was drowned in the sword light. However, this move was, after all, the black-robed old man's killing move, which contained an extremely condensed thunder power. As the sword light came into contact with it, it immediately dimmed. But in the next moment, the dimmed sword light exploded with an even more frightening power, going from weak to strong. Not only did it tear apart the thunder lion's body, a beam of sword light even pierced through the lion's forehead. Chapter 375. The Thunder Lion Transformation has been broken. Impossible. This attack contains 20% of my power. No one in the astral reaching realm would be able to break it. There must be something wrong, it must be. Brat, go die. Thunder Lion 100 Fission. The black-robed old man's face was full of disbelief. His thunder lion transformation had killed countless people, but it had never been broken in a direct confrontation. His face twisted as he furiously roared. The twin hammers vibrated and thunder crackled. Another thunder lion rushed out, exploding into countless palm-sized lightning balls. The lightning balls shot out like rain, enveloping Yi Qin within. Unparalleled astral reaching strength is only SOSO. Yi Qin had a rough idea of the black-robed old man's bottom line. Without changing his sword move, his sword aura soared into the sky. With a slash, the lightning balls in the sky were instantly annihilated. Pum! The incomparably sharp sword Qi tore through the void and slashed at the black-robed old man's body, blasting him 1,000 meters away. Island Master has been defeated. Am I seeing things? Breaking Island Master's killing move with one sword. Even the Vice Island Master couldn't do it. Could it be that we misjudged him? This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As the Island Master was blasted away, the surroundings became deathly silent. In the next moment, a clamor of discussion spread out, accompanied by the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. Grand Elder Sun clenched his fists, his veins popping out. He didn't believe that Yi Qin had such strength. Previously, although he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, it would have taken at least several hundred moves to decide the victor. How many days had it been? The opponent's battle power couldn't have reached such a realm. Don't argue. Island Master won't lose. Grand Elder Sun shouted. Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui exchanged a glance. The two could see the graveness in each other's eyes, an unconcealable graveness. Whether the Island Master had gone all out or not, they were the clearest. However, even the Island Master couldn't resist Yi Qin's attack. Without a doubt, Yi Qin's battle power had already surpassed theirs. A several-meter-wide and 1,000-meter-long ravine was plowed out of the palace, practically splitting the palace into two. At the end of the ravine, dust and lightning surged. Huff! A scorching gale swept up the smoke and dust. The figure of the black-robed old man stood there. His body was filled with a layer of golden light, and the golden light was filled with electric currents. Raising his head, the black-robed old man looked at Yi Qin in the distance. I have to admit that you're the most powerful astral-reaching expert I've ever met. But if you want to defeat me, it won't be that easy. The reason I was able to sit on the Island Master's seat is not only because of my exploding thunder hammer, but also because of this golden armor on my body, an upper-grade defensive artifact. No one undersea of Soul Realm can break through my defense, and neither can you. A high-grade defensive artifact, the golden armor. The Island Lord actually has 2 high-grade artifacts, one for offense and one for defense. From the looks of it, this brat is dead for sure. So what if his battle prowess is stronger than the Island Lord's? With the defense of the golden armor, the Island Lord can slowly torture him to death. That's right, a high-grade defensive prized artifact can increase one's defense by 70 to 80%. Compared to the young Yi Qin, everyone was more willing to obey the black-robed elder's management. Perhaps this was a subtle jealousy, and the happiest person was Eminent Elder Sunday, a high-grade defensive artifact, the golden armor. Very well, I'll take it. Yi Qin wasn't too interested in the black-robed elder's explosion thunderhammer. He didn't expect that apart from the explosion thunderhammer, the elder also had a golden armor. Nonsense. With the golden armor on me, I'm innately invincible. You have no hope at all. Thunder, Lion 100 Fission. The black-robed elder didn't fear Yi Qin's attack at all. His figure rushed out in a straight line, and along the way, the explosion thunderhammer crazily smashed towards Yi Qin. This was the stance of exchanging a life for a life. Of course, the black-robed elder didn't care. Then let me see how hard your tortoiseshell is. The ancient long sword above the sea of soul vibrated, and the sky-tearing sword intent surged violently under Vice Island Lord Chui's shocked gaze. Taking a step forward, Yi Chun held the greenwood sword and slashed out. Clang, clang, clang. The sword intent contained in this sword was too strong, causing all the broken objects in the surroundings to be affected by the sword intent, shooting towards the black-robed elder. Even some elders with lower willpower were affected by the sword intent, and the artifacts in their hands shook violently. Dong! The menacing black-robed elder was blasted away, blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth. The frightening sword chi, even through the golden armor's defense, still brought him considerable injuries. Even the upper-grade artifacts seemed to be of no use. Break! Taking the second step, Yi Chun waved the second sword. This sword was even more powerful than the first. Blood flowed from the black-robed elder's 7 apertures, and his hair was scattered. With the third sword, the black-robed elder finally spurted out a mouthful of blood. Ah! The black-robed elder roared, his heart filled with fear. Go! All of you go! Kill him together! Go! At this very moment, the pressure that Yi Chun brought to the black-robed elder was unbearable. He understood that if this continued, even with the golden armor's protection, he would still be shaken to death. This young man, who seemed to be in his 20s, had shattered his understanding, shattering the undefeatable iron rule of astral-reaching paragons. He was just like Xianhou back then, disregarding the rules, disregarding everything. Any normal theory would no longer be effective against her. However, Yi Chun was another case. Island Master has asked us to act. Should we? Even the Island Master has lost. Would it be effective for us to go up? If we can't kill him, once he returns, we'll all die. Grand Elder's son sucked in a deep breath. Everyone, don't be afraid. His attacks are only a bit powerful. He doesn't have an upper-grade artifact on him. If we attack together, we won't be afraid of not being able to kill him. We have more than 100 people. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Seems reasonable. Kill. Kill. Among the crowd, nearly half of them charged out. The remaining ones either had some apprehensions or planned to observe the situation. There were also some who simply wanted to watch the show and didn't intend to act. Brother Chui, Sub-Island Master Wang, looked at Sub-Island Master Chui. Sub-Island Master Chui indifferently said, "If you want to act, then do it. I won't act." Hee, I won't either. With Grand Elder Sun in the lead, dozens of people brandished their weapons and attacked Yi Chun from all directions. A chaotic and frightening aura converged together, shaking the surrounding 100. Yi Chun sneered. Before his sword intent had progressed, he might have been apprehensive of being surrounded. But now, as long as he didn't want to, nobody could surround him. Shu, who said that sword intent could only increase one's attacking power. Yi Chen's entire body was filled with sword intent as his speed surpassed his previous limits. With a flicker, he had left the encirclement. Green lotus chi, floating corpses everywhere. The greenwood sword streaked in front of him, shattering the huge green lotus. Dense sword chi spread out in a fan shape, covering all the Grand Elders and Elders of Bewilderment Fog Island. Shoo, 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 shoo. The sword chi containing the frightening sword intent was unstoppable. Wherever it swept through, people would fall down. Protective Zhenyuan, mid-grade artifacts, all of them were like floating clouds. One blink, only one blink, more than half of the dozens of people who had charged up were gone. The remaining ones were all wounded and had frightened expressions. Yi Chun didn't give them any time to regret. He used the most tyrannical move of the Green Lotus sword art. Green Lotus Mountain Splitter. The sky-high sword light swept across the sky, throwing away the corpses. Run. The survivors regretted so much that their intestines turned green. Who the hell said that killing him would be easy? This kid was definitely a freak. Group attacks were ineffective. unless a large number of extreme astral-reaching experts surrounded him and attacked him together. No matter how many people came, they would all be vegetables. Sub-Island Master Wang, save me! One person charged toward Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui, hoping to obtain their protection. Sub-Island Master Wang shook his head and dodged. Sub-Island Master Chui was even more straightforward. With a wave of his blade, a figure was cut in half. Seeing this, the Grand Elders and Elders who didn't participate in the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the two Sub-Island Masters had rebelled. Fortunately, they weren't hot-headed. You two actually dared to betray me. The black-robed old man didn't expect Sub-Island Master Chui to be so ruthless and directly kill the person who had begged for help. Sub-Island Master Chui coldly said, "When did I pledge allegiance to you? You've been the island master for so many years. It's time for you to step down." "Good, very good. You'd better remember this. The day I return, none of you will live." After saying these words, the black-robed old man wanted to escape. Swoosh! Sub-Island Master Chui blocked the black-robed old man's path and said to Sub-Island Master Wang, "Don't let him escape. You know the consequences." Sub-Island Master Wang sighed. His figure flashed and blocked the black-robed old man's path. "You better stay!" The black-robed old man's face turned green, and his body trembled. How could this be? Grand Elder Sun didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He glanced at Yi Chun with a venomous look. All of this was because of him. Stealthily, Grand Elder Sun flew into the distance. Yi Chun sneered. He extended his left index finger and pointed at the air. A green lotus sword Qi shot out from his finger and instantly pierced through Grand Elder Sun's forehead. In a short time, everyone who participated in the battle was killed. The only one left was the island master, the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man fought fiercely with Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui. The three's battle power was equal, and the black-robed old man's defense was much stronger than the other two. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Green lotus sky reaching. A beam of sword light shattered the black-robed old man's defense, and the sword Qi tore off one of his arms. The attacker was indeed Yi Chun. Up until now, he still hadn't used all of his power. He felt that there was no need to reveal all of it, since it would be too shocking. Even so, the fact that Yi Chun could break through the black-robed old man's defense still made Sub-Island Master Wang and Sub-Island Master Chui sigh in admiration. The power of an upper-grade defensive artifact was something they knew very well. Previously, they had also battled with the black-robed old man. Boom, boom, boom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two Sub-Island Masters attacked even more fiercely, causing the black-robed old man to continuously puke blood. Swoosh! After the sword light passed, a fist-sized green lotus rapidly enlarged in front of the black-robed old man. His originally chaotic, protective Zhen Yuan only lasted for a moment before it shattered with a swoosh, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Blood splashed out, dyeing the black-robed old man red. You won't have a good ending. The reverse 9 turned spirit grass is not something you can keep. The last sentence contained all of the black-robed old man's Zhen Yuan, which spread out in all directions. Chuckling, the black-robed old man fell on his back. Chapter 376. Yi Chen's face turned gloomy. Just now, when the black-robed old man roared, the number of people on Bewilderment Fog Island must have been at least 800,000, if not 1,000,000. He was sure that the black-robed old man didn't dare to confirm that he had the 9 turned spirit grass. At most, he would be suspicious. However, his goal was precisely to make everyone suspicious. At that time, regardless of whether he had it or not, it would be hard for him to clear his name. Even in death, this old man wouldn't let him have an easy time. Yi Qin didn't need to look to feel the strange gazes coming from all directions, including the 2 deputy island masters who had just joined hands with him. Grand Elder Yi, no, Brother Yi, do you really have the 9-turned spirit grass? Deputy Island Master Wang asked. Yi Qin shot a glance at him. This Deputy Island Master Wang had given him a good impression. Unfortunately, as long as one was a martial artist, there was no one who didn't want to become powerful. He said indifferently, "If I said I do or don't, would you believe me?" Deputy Island Master Wang paused. Indeed, it wasn't important whether he had it or not. What was important was whether others believed him or not. Those who believed him would naturally think he had it, and those who didn't would naturally think he didn't. Unless Yi Qin had some way to prove that he didn't have it, or directly took out the 9-turned spirit grass and said he had it, whether you have it or not has nothing to do with us. Deputy Island Master Chui retracted his gaze. He was very clear that even if he had it, it wouldn't be their turn. I have no interest in the position of Island Master. If any of you are interested, then go ahead. Yi Qin peeled off the shining golden armor from the black-robed old man's body and took off his storage ring, then said to the 2 without turning his head. Deputy Island Master Wang could also see that Yi Qin had no interest in the position of Island Master. After all, who didn't know that he was the #1 expert of Bewilderment Fog Island? It didn't matter whether he became the Island Master or not. As for why he wanted to become a Grand Elder, it should be because he was afraid of trouble. Brother Chui, you and I are both Island Masters. How about it? I have no objection. Night arrived, and dense fog shrouded Bewilderment Fog Island. Inside the spacious room, a golden light pervaded the air. The light came from the golden armor in Yi Qin's hand. Golden armor, a metal attributed high rank, defensive treasure. Its value is immeasurable. A good defensive artifact was much more valuable than an attacking one. In the true spirit continent, life was the most important. Without life, everything would be meaningless. But it was also because of this that top-rank defensive artifacts were very troublesome. Astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to keep them. Only Sea of Souls realm warriors would have the power to do so, and not every Sea of Souls realm warrior would have a top-rank defensive artifact. For a top-rank defensive artifact, it would be unavoidable for them to kill each other. Fortunately, outside of the bewildering fog-forbidden zone, no one knew that Yi Qin had an upper-rank defensive treasure, the gold armor. Once he got out, it would save him a lot of trouble, and in a critical moment, the gold armor could be a life-saving item. In a life-and-death situation, who would care about the consequences of exposing an upper-rank defensive treasure? Break. The green lotus true essence poured into the golden armor. Not only did it expel the remaining true essence of the black-robed old man, but it also completely annihilated his aura. However, after putting it on, Yi Qin still felt a bit uncomfortable. Scanning the gold armor with his soul power, Yi Qin soon discovered a problem. This gold armor had the black-robed old man's spiritual imprint, and it was precisely because of this that he found it difficult to use. Removing the spiritual imprint was too easy for Yi Qin. His sword will entered and cleanly erased the spiritual imprint. So, an upper-rank artifact still needs to have its own spiritual imprint. Only by doing so can the pressure of the artifact be restrained. Referring to the black-robed old man's spiritual imprint, Yi Qin imprinted his own spiritual imprint. Under the control of his mind, the gold armor's radiance gradually retracted, no longer emitting a trace of fluctuation. Wearing it under his clothes, no one would be able to tell that it was an upper-rank artifact. Ignoring the other upper-rank artifact, the Thunder Hammer, Yi Qin's attention fell on the black-robed old man's storage ring. Inside the storage ring, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, there were hundreds of upper-rank spirit stones. The top-rank spirit stones contained extremely pure yuan qi, so pure that one didn't need to refine it and could directly absorb it. Of course, this was only for astral reaching realm warriors. Once one reached the Sea of Soul's realm, the genuine would no longer be as simple as being pure. Hundreds of upper-rank spirit stones should be enough for my cultivation base to improve. But if I want to accumulate enough to reach the peak of late astral reaching realm, this is still not enough. Besides the spirit stones, there were also a lot of martial arts manuals in the storage ring. There were 4 high-rank Earth realm manuals, dozens of mid-rank Earth realm manuals, and a top-rank Earth realm hammer art manual called Thunder Beast Transformation. Thunder Beast Transformation only had 4 transformations, which was very little compared to the 9 movements of the Green Lotus sword art. Each transformation could condense a beast shape. The first transformation was a bear, the second was a leopard, the third was a lion, and the fourth was a bird. Obviously, the black-robed old man had only trained to the 3rd transformation, Thunder Lion Transformation. Although it is a hammer art, it contains the thunder mentality, which is quite useful for me to comprehend the thunder mentality. The night was deep and the world was quiet. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire Bewilderment Fog Island was discussing Yi Qin and the 9-turned spirit grass. In a restaurant, a few astral-reaching experts gathered together and discussed in low voices. Did you hear? Island Master was killed by the newly appointed Grand Elder. Before dying, Island Master said that Yi Chun had the 9-turned spirit grass. 9-turned spirit grass? Hearing these words, one of them cried out, "Right, it's the 9-turned spirit grass that can increase one's lifespan by 9 years and strengthen one's soul. I don't need to tell you the importance of the soul. Of course, the soul is the carrier of the will. The stronger the soul, the easier it will be to advance to the Sea of Soul's realm." Soon, the news of Yi Chen possessing the 9-turned spirit grass spread throughout the entire island. There was almost no one who didn't know. Walking on the street, Yi Chen listened to the voices transmitted through his soul power and inwardly shook his head. There were too many people who knew, and it was impossible to control them. Forget it, let it spread. Bewilderment Fog Island was isolated from the rest of the world. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, the chances of this news reaching the outside world was close to 0. Otherwise, the Island Master wouldn't have brought along 2 upper-grade artifacts and planned to stay here, waiting for the opportunity to break through to the Sea of Soul's realm. It's time to leave Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Raising his head, Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the city, falling on the extremely distant, dense fog region. At this moment, Yi Chen could finally confirm that the key to leaving Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was will. Indeed, will. The stronger the will, the harder it was to be affected by Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone. Those with weak will, no matter what method they used, could only circle around inside. The problem was that Yi Chen didn't know whether his will was strong enough or not. It should be known that Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone was a place that even Sea of Soul's realm experts wouldn't be willing to enter. His current will was equivalent to an ordinary Sea of Soul's realm sword artist. Sword artists always had firm wills, and were a bit stronger than ordinary Sea of Soul's realm martial artists. Moreover, his soul was what he relied on. He was sure that the majority of Sea of Soul's realm experts couldn't be stronger than him in terms of soul. This was his advantage. Powerful soul, powerful will. There should be some hope. Chapter 377. The next day, Yi Chen didn't inform anyone and entered the dense fog alone. Amidst the thick fog, Yi Chen floated in the air with the perceptive ball in his left hand. The perceptive ball is shining with an orange light. I should be almost 800 li away from Bewilderment Fog Island, and 1,000 li away from the large perceptive tower. If Bewilderment Fog Island happens to be in the center of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, then I'm about half of 30,000 li away from the edge. Subtracting 1,000 li from that, it would be 14,000 li, 14,000 li. Ah, my soul power can only radiate 47 li in the fog. In other words, I'll have to use my soul power 300 times. If there's a huge deviation in any one of them, all my efforts would be wasted. However, traveling 47 li in one go is countless times more effective than traveling 14,000 li without a plan. With the strength of my will, the influence won't be too great, and the deviation can be controlled to a small extent. However, traveling 14,000 li is something that the majority of Sea of Soul realm experts wouldn't be able to endure and would get lost midway. And let's begin. Putting away the perceptive ball, Yi Chen closed his eyes and a powerful soul power radiated out from his forehead, traveling along the fog until 47 li away. Without opening his eyes, Yi Chen's Jinyuan erupted as he flew at an extreme speed. After 20 breaths here. Following the same pattern, Yi Chen's soul power radiated another 47 li away, making it the second destination in a straight line. Third destination. 10th destination. Third destination. The edge of bewilderment fog forbidden zone still seems very far away. Perhaps it's more than 14,000 li from the starting point to the edge. After all, the entire bewilderment fog forbidden zone has an irregular shape. Some places are longer, while others are shorter. Let's persevere for a while more. 320th destination, 400 destination, 500 destination, damn wrong. 500 times of positioning, 47 li for each. 500 times would be 23,500 li. If there were no deviation, I would have left long ago. Although Yi Chen had already prepared himself for failure, the cruelty of bewilderment fog forbidden zone still made him smile bitterly. I wonder where I am in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone now. One wrong step really leads to all the wrong steps. There was no time to be depressed. 500 moves did not take much time, adding up to only 3.5 hours. Yi Chen planned to continue flying in a straight line, because no matter how long the distance was, as long as it was a straight line, there would be a chance to get out. He did not believe that he would not be lucky even once. The large water leak told Yi Chen that a month had passed. In the past month, he had used his soul power to locate the target 180,000 times. Every day, out of the 24 hours, 20 hours were spent flying. Of the remaining 4 hours, 2 hours were spent absorbing the energy from the top-ranked spirit stones, and 2 hours were spent resting. During this period, he coincidentally returned to Bewilderment Fog Island 11 times. What was certain was that the closer one was to Bewilderment Fog Island, the less affected one was. The closer one was to the edge of Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone, the more affected one was. Being able to return to Bewilderment Fog Island 11 times was a good proof. Thinking about it, even Sea of Soul realm experts have to rely on luck to get out. If they are lucky, they can get out in a short time. If they are unlucky, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be stuck inside for 3 to 5 years. However, as long as you persevere, luck will come to you. Swish! Yi Chen's figure pierced through the dense fog. Another month passed. Bang! Earthen yellow fist shadows burst forth, raising huge waves on the lake's surface. Damn it! It's been 2 months. Could it be that my method was wrong from the start? Relying on will alone is impossible to get out? Perhaps my will is not enough. For astral reaching experts, 2 months was nothing more than a single session of seclusion, which could pass in the blink of an eye. However, it was different now. During this period, Yi Chen had been flying again and again, calculating again and again, repeating the same boring behavior. If there was a time limit, Yi Chen wouldn't be so upset and sullen. The crucial point was that he didn't know how long he would have to endure such days. The sullen feeling in his heart finally erupted, and it was a huge one at that. Bang! 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 The lake's surface of dozens of li was riddled with holes, raising huge waves that reached thousands of meters high. Many demonic beasts were shaken to death at the bottom of the lake. After venting his anger, Yi Qin gasped for breath. No, I don't even believe in myself anymore. What sword Dao is there to cultivate? The further I go, the more difficult it gets. It seems like my strength is there, but my mental state is not there yet. Usually I think I'm very calm, unfazed even if the sky collapses. But when it comes to a true test of will, I'm actually no good. Oh well, this time I'm not only looking for a way out, but also tempering my mental state. Yi Chen's terror lay in his ability to reflect in time. If it were an ordinary person, they would only be tangled in the problem of leaving the forbidden zone. However, Yi Chen could jump out and find his own problem. Buzz! A spacious wooden board flew out of the storage ring and landed on the lake. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the board and calmed his mind. Any tribulation is a test for me. Any setback will allow me to reach a higher level. Any obstacle will be an opportunity for me to improve, turning all favorable and unfavorable things into my own. This is my will, my spirit, my sword Dao. In the dense fog, the young man started his first mental state transformation. Of course, the transformation had just begun. Whether he could break through or not, he could only rely on himself. The 3rd month, failure. The 4th month, failure. The 5th month was about to begin. During this period of time, Yi Chen had been dispirited, lacking in confidence, persevering, comprehending, and reflecting. Every time he pulled himself together, Yi Chen felt like his spirit had gone through a baptism and a tempering. His sword Dao had become sharper and indestructible. The 5th month, the 7th day, Yi Chen continued to fly, his eyes resolute. Feng Yenro, you've been chasing me for 3 months, and you still haven't given up? Above the boundless lake, 2 figures were 7 to 8 li apart, one in front and one behind. The one speaking was the middle-aged man in front. He was tall and thin, wearing a long robe. As he flew, his whole body seemed to have turned into the wind. Under the wind's escort, his speed was as fast as a ghost. The one chasing him was a young woman in her 20s, wearing a snow-white dress with a long sword at her waist. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. Her ice-cold expression carried a kind of breathtaking beauty. What was especially eye-catching was the snowflake pattern on her forehead, appearing exceptionally holy and gorgeous. She said with a clear voice, "Gao Qianhe, the matter of you killing my junior sister won't end like this. Even if I have to spend a year, I'll kill you with my own hands." "Humph! Chase me then. Although my strength is not as high as yours, in terms of agility technique, no one in the astral reaching realm can compare to me." The young woman called Feng Yenro creased her brows. The opposite party was right. Although her agility technique was exceptional, this Gao Qianhe's agility technique was even more frightening. His comprehension was also not to be underestimated, as he had actually comprehended wind mentality and soft mentality to the extreme. With the 2 mentalities superimposed together, his speed had already reached an unimaginable level. If not for her vigorous genuine and a secret skill that could increase her speed, she would have long since been left behind. Even so, he had still escaped several times in these 2 months. Fortunately, she was quite well versed in the art of tracking and caught up again. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happens, I will never be able to catch up to you. However, I can endure this kind of life. Can you endure being chased for a long time? Gao Qianhe was furious. You. After being chased for 3 months, Gao Qianhe had long since been exhausted. Not only was his body exhausted, but his spirit was also the most painful. As he thought up to this point, he regretted not killing his junior sister at the beginning. As for this matter, it had to start from 3 months ago. Gao Qianhe cultivated a rather evil martial art, and his desires were extremely great. One day he encountered Feng Yenro's junior sister in a remote area. His heart filled with evil intentions, and after injuring her, he wanted to have sex with her. But How could he have known that the other party had used some unknown secret technique to contact Feng Yenro and had ambushed him at the most unexpected time? Gao Qianhe tangled with her for a while, and in the end killed her out of anger. However, just as he killed her, Feng Yenro arrived. Feng Yenro was only 22 or 23 years old, but her martial arts were extremely high. It was said that among the young generation of Misty Snow region, she was at least in the top 5. As for which of the top 5, nobody knew. After dozens of moves, Gao Qianhe was no match for Feng Yenro and fled in defeat. What followed was a chase that lasted for 3 months. Flying snow connecting the sky. From 7 to 8 li away, Feng Yenro pulled out the long sword at her waist and slashed in the air. An ice-cold sword chi swirled up a sky-filling snowflakes as it chopped toward Gao Qianhe. The sword intent contained within made Gao Qianhe's scalp go numb, and his speed unknowingly increased. Kacha! The sword chi didn't manage to hit Gao Qianhe, but the lake water below him froze. A nearly 300 zhang long sword scar was imprinted on the layer of ice, looking very ghastly. Damn it, this girl's sword Dao cultivation is too frightening. I'm absolutely not her opponent. I'm afraid that in the entire Misty Snow region, there won't be an astral-reaching realm sword artist more powerful than her. Gao Qianhe inwardly rejoiced and subconsciously looked into the distance. That's the fog area. I might have a chance to escape. Dozens of li away, the thick fog covered the sky and covered the sun. It was hard to tell how wide it was and how high it was. It was the perfect place to escape. Not good. There's actually a fog area above the Star Regional Lake. Feng Yenro's brows creased. 30 li 20 li. When Gao Qianhe was only 20 li away from the fog, a long roar came from within, and a blue silhouette rushed out. It was a youngster, finally out. Yi Qin raised his head to look at the sky. The warm sunlight sprinkled on his body, making him feel exceptionally gentle. On the 7th day of the 5th month, Yi Qin broke the iron rule of the Forbidden Zone and smoothly walked out with an astral-reaching realm cultivation base. If this were to spread out, who knew what consequences it would bring? However, none of this was important. What was important was that he had finally left that damned place. As he thought of this, Yi Qin couldn't help but rejoice at his perseverance. Without the perseverance of the previous 4 months, the possibility of him walking out would be close to 0. He reckoned that those Sea of Soul Realm experts who had fallen into the Forbidden Zone might not have been able to persevere for too long. After all, Sea of Soul Realm experts surpassed Yi Qin in terms of speed and had certain advantages. Is this person being chased? Quite fast. Feng Yenro and Gao Qianhe's pursuit was too eye-catching. It would be hard for Yi Qin not to notice it. Please help me stop him, please. From far away, Feng Yenro circulated her Zhenyuan, and her voice was transmitted to Yi Qin at a frightening speed. Actually, she didn't think Yi Qin could stop Gao Qianhe, but he only needed 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time, and she would be able to catch up with all her strength. At that time, she would be well prepared, and she would absolutely not let Gao Qianhe escape. Bewilderment Fog Forbidden Zone only allows one to enter, but not leave. Since this person has entered, it's almost impossible to track him. Help her stop him. In any case, it won't take much effort. According to his soul power, Yi Qin roughly estimated that Gao Qianhe was an extreme astral-reaching expert, and so was Feng Yenro. However, the latter was much stronger and should be one of the top existences among extreme astral-reaching experts. Of course, it didn't mean much to him. A brat wants to stop me? Dream on. Shadow shift godly art. Gao Qianhe's body suddenly paused, and an astonishing scene occurred. Behind Yi Qin, another Gao Qianhe appeared. 2 Gao Qianhe appeared in front and behind of Yi Qin, making it impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Even Yi Qin was instantly mesmerized. Seeing this, Feng Yanro could only smile bitterly, asking him to stop. Gao Qianhe, whose movement technique was exceptional, was indeed too difficult. She couldn't blame him. Chapter 378. Is that so? Not necessarily. Since he had decided to help Feng Yanro block Gao Qianhe, Yi Qin wouldn't give up halfway. Gao Qianhe's movement technique was indeed exceptional. Yi Chen had never seen a second person in the astral-reaching realm with such accomplishments. However, the ultimate goal of movement techniques was nothing more than speed. Yi Chen had the fast mentality and the sword intent of a Sea of Soul Realm sword artist. His speed had already reached an unimaginable level. With a flicker, he tore through the air. Swish! A beam of blue light shot out as Yi Chen arrived in front of Gao Qianhe's true body. How is this possible? Gao Qianhe was greatly astonished. His shadow shift technique was a top-rank earth realm movement technique. Under his full speed, any encirclement would be rendered useless. Feng Yanro had failed to kill him several times precisely because of this technique. Moreover, ordinary people would only be distracted by his fake body, which would waste a lot of time. However, not only did Yi Qin react immediately, he even arrived first with a frightening speed. How could he not be astonished? Feng Yanro was similarly astonished. Originally, she didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to block Gao Qianhe. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would have such a supreme skill? Let's see how you're going to block me. Not wanting to tangle with Yi Chen, Gao Qianhe once again used the shadow shift technique. The void was filled with illusions, and his true body rapidly turned into a fake body. Trying to accurately identify him was extremely difficult. Yi Chen faintly smiled. Within the range of his soul power, Gao Qianhe's true body had nowhere to hide. His every movement trajectory was crystal clear. Just like the first time, Yi Chen appeared in front of Gao Qianhe once again, long sword already hanging on his waist. Courting death. Missed rope blade. Gao Qianhe flew into a rage out of humiliation, containing a trace of fear. In terms of movement technique, he had completely lost. But so what? As long as he killed the other, all his problems would be easily solved. With a wave of his right hand, a rope-like Shen Yuan blade coiled out. Everything within several hundred meters was within its range. Green lotus seizing beauty. The longsword blocked, and a huge green lotus wrapped around Yi Chen. Clang, 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 clang. The rope blade cut the green lotus thousands of times, but the defense of the green lotus was far beyond Gao Qianhe's imagination. Apart from leaving some marks on its surface, he didn't gain anything. Damn it! Why is this kid so troublesome? No matter how stupid Gao Qianhe was, he knew that Yi Chen was no ordinary person. It was practically impossible to deal with him in a short time. Little brother, there is no enmity between us. Why must you make things difficult for me? Let me go, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Since the hard approach didn't work, he resorted to the soft approach. Of course, Gao Qianhe didn't really intend to repay Yi Chen generously. Once he got out of this predicament, he wanted Yi Chen to die without a burial. Yi Chen said, I still don't know the cause of this matter. How about this? Don't run away. Let's have a good talk here. We'll know who's in the right and who's in the wrong. I guarantee that if you're not in the wrong, I'll keep you alive. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? Die. Gao Qianhe knew that he was in the wrong. So how could he give up on running away? A strange long whip had appeared in his right hand. This whip was different from the others, with many whips extending from its handle. They looked like the tentacles of an octopus as they lashed at Yi Chen. Crack, crack, crack. Countless whips tore through the void, forming a dense black mass. Green lotus sky. To deal with such a large area of effect attack, one had to use the green lotus sky sword move. The air in front of him was frozen, and the speed of the whips suddenly decreased as if they were stuck in a swamp. Yi Chen didn't counterattack, but waited for Feng Yanro to arrive. Gao Qianhe was on the verge of tears. Motherfucker, if not for the powerful pursuer behind me, I would have skinned you alive, even if I had to risk my life. So, knowing that he couldn't do anything to Yi Qin, Gao Qianhe lashed out with his whip. Without waiting for the attack to land, he quickly retreated and fled diagonally. The two had exchanged blows for less than 2 breaths of time. For ordinary people, it was a short time, but for an expert of Feng Yanro's level, it was more than enough. Gao Qianhe, let's see where you can run now. A white, frost-like sword qi streaked across the sky, brushing past Gao Qianhe's protective Zhen Yuan. Kacha! His protective Zhen Yuan froze, and Gao Qianhe's eyes were spitting fire as he took a step back. Feng Yanro had caught up to him, and the distance between them was less than 100 meters. Feng Yanro, do you really think that you can kill me so easily? Gao Qianhe gave up on escaping, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Feng Yanro tenderly scolded, "Whether or not I can kill you is my problem. Now, don't even think about escaping. I would like to see how powerful the most frightening young sword artist of Misty Snow region in 100 years is. If you want to kill me, Gao Qianhe, you have to pay a price." Previously, he had fled because Feng Yanro was too strong, and he was no match for her. However, part of the reason was that he didn't want to fight to the point where both sides would suffer. He knew that if he were to fight to the death, his ending wouldn't be too good. Flying snow sky. Without another word, Feng Yanro raised her long sword, and the air was torn apart. A bone-chilling sword qi swirled up a sky-filling snowflakes and swept toward Gao Qianhe. Roar! Chaotic mist blade. The wind mentality and the soft mentality complemented each other, allowing Gao Qianhe's whip arts to contain the speed and cutting power of wind, as well as the ingenuity of being soft and unyielding. Dozens of long whips were thrown out like a blooming flower, each of them capable of instantly killing a peak astral-reaching expert. Ding ding dang dang. Feng Yanro's sword qi was exceptionally cold and indestructible, turning the area around Gao Qianhe into a world of ice and frost, restricting his speed. Gao Qianhe's long whips also caused the air around Feng Yanro to become chaotic. From time to time, a long whip would be stretched taut, piercing toward Feng Yanro's protective Zhen Yuan. Flicking away the long whip, Feng Yanro stepped on an ice flower, looking like an ice fairy from the heavenly palace. Her sword contained a peerless sword intent as it pierced out. Puff! A straight crack appeared in the void, and in the next moment, a sword hole appeared on Gao Qianhe's shoulder. The blood, spurting out, was instantly sealed in ice. What a sharp sword Dao! The coldness contains killing intent. It seems to be leaning towards the slaughter sword Dao, but is also somewhat different from it. After undergoing the trial of the dual sword kings will statue in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone, Yi Chen's sword Dao knowledge was immeasurably rich. With a single glance, he could tell that Feng Yanro's sword Dao cultivation base was not simple. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful sword Dao genius as soon as he left South Rudra region. South Rudra region is one of the smallest regions of true spirit continent, while Misty Snow region is one of the largest. There is indeed a big gap between them. With her current accomplishments, apart from myself, no one in the young generation of South Rudra region can compare to her. I wonder what her rank is in the Misty Snow region's young generation. With this thought in mind, Yi Qin couldn't help but send a Zhan Yuan transmission to Feng Yanro. "Miss, I wonder what kind of grievances there are between you two." Feng Yanro was very grateful to Yi Qin. If not for Yi Qin, she wouldn't have been able to catch up to Gao Qianhe no matter what. Dividing her attention, she sent a transmission to Yi Qin while suppressing Gao Qianhe. This person is an extremely vicious and cruel evil sect member in Misty Snow region. He killed my junior sister for no reason, and even tried to do bad things to her. Feng Yanro narrated everything to Yi Qin. So that's how it is. Yi Chen faintly nodded. He had done the right thing this time, not letting Gao Qianhe leave. Actually, during the exchange, he could tell that Gao Qianhe was not a righteous person. His attacks were vicious, and he wanted to kill him without saying a word. A righteous person with principles wouldn't do such a thing. With his soul power locked onto Gao Qianhe's every movement, Yi Chan was afraid that Gao Qianhe would escape again, although the possibility was very small. Beehive Mist Blade. With so many sword wounds on his body, Gao Qianhe's physical strength was gradually depleting, and he was no longer Feng Yanrou's opponent. With an angry roar, he shook his long whip. At the tip of the whip, thumb-sized pieces of it separated and shot out like a swarm of bees. Humph! This mid-grade prized weapon of mine is different from ordinary mid-grade prized weapons. At critical moments, the tip of the whip will automatically detach and become part of the attack. Even experts stronger than me would be injured. This is my life-saving killer move. Gao Qianhe sneered. Feng Yanrou's expression didn't change. Her left hand formed a sword art, and her protective Zhen Yuan collapsed. Ice Snow Sword Domain. Xing, 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 xing. A white light cover expanded, protecting Feng Yanrou in the center. The white light cover was always in a circulating state. If one observed carefully, they would be able to see that within the circulating white light, countless sword lights were connected from head to tail, creating layers and layers of defense. Countless sharp whip tips shot at the barrier, but were immediately bounced off. Not good. She has actually studied the Snow Sword Master's ultimate profound. Gao Qianhe was greatly shocked. He no longer had the determination to fight with his life on the line. The Snow Sword Master was a powerful Sea of Soul Realm expert. The ultimate profound she had learned was not something he could break. Although Feng Yanrou had only learned a little bit of it, it was enough to frighten others. What kind of move is this? It is still within the scope of mentalities, but it has long surpassed the usage of mentalities. It even contains the profound sword Dao mentalities. Yi Chan rubbed his chin and couldn't help but think of the void-shattering finger he had obtained in the goat head mountain. This void-shattering finger had surpassed the scope of mentalities. In terms of usage, it was at the same level as Feng Yanrou's ultimate move, perhaps even a bit higher. In these years, Yi Chan had also studied the void-shattering finger, but he could only use it in a more ingenious way. It was hard to comprehend its true meaning. Moreover, the profoundness of the transcending mentalities was something Yi Chan had never seen before. Sword Domain Cut. Waving her sword, Feng Yanrou drew out the sword light from the white light barrier and slashed at Gao Qianhe. Crack! Without any suspense, one of Gao Qianhe's arms was torn off, and even his shoulder was almost cleaved apart. His mid-grade defensive artifact was covered in a layer of ice, emitting a cold qi. Kid, if I die, you'll be my scapegoat. At this moment, Gao Qianhe hated Yi Chan the most. Without Yi Chan, Feng Yanrou wouldn't have caught up to him. If she hadn't caught up, he wouldn't have fallen into a situation of certain death. Moreover, with his remaining battle power, it was absolutely impossible for him to injure Feng Yanrou. Therefore, he set his sights on Yi Chan, wanting him to die with him. This was the consequence of offending Gao Qianhe. Bang! Countless spatial cracks spread out as Gao Qianhe fearlessly dove toward Yi Chan, exchanging his life for his own. He didn't have the slightest bit of defense. Careful! Feng Yanrou hastily warned Yi Chan. The latter's movement technique was indeed exceptional, but his battle power shouldn't be that high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defend with all his might under Gao Qianhe's attacks without any power to resist. Feng Yanrou, who was grateful to Yi Chan, didn't wish for Yi Chan to die in front of her. The instant she warned Yi Chan, she raised her speed to the limit and slashed out with her sword. Shadow Shift. The sword Qi missed, and Gao Qianhe risked his life, pushing his Shadow Shift divine art to an unprecedented peak. Yi Chan floated motionlessly at his original position, a sneer flashing at the corner of his mouth. However, in Gao Qianhe's eyes, it seemed like a bitter smile, which made him feel even more delighted. Chapter 379. If you didn't stop me, you wouldn't have died. This is retribution. Now let's all die together. Extreme Chaos Mistblade explode! Gao Qianhe, who was determined to die, detonated his Zhenyuan, destroying his meridians and dislocating his internal organs. All of this made his attack even more powerful than when he was fighting with Feng Yanrou. Dozens of whip shadows exploded crazily, riddling the void with thousands of holes. Sorry. Feng Yanrou's face was full of guilt. If Yi Chen died, she would have to bear the biggest responsibility. Unsheathing his destruction sword, Yi Chen said with an indifferent tone, "Miss Feng, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill him, right?" Yi Chen's voice was transmitted almost instantaneously. At this moment, the closest whip shadow was less than a foot away from Yi Chen. It was a matter of life and death. His tone made Feng Yanrou and Gao Qianhe dazed for a moment. What was he thinking? At this moment, Feng Yanrou didn't have time to answer. However, Yi Chen took it as her silence. Puff! The shadow was pierced through. Feng Yanrou was about to cry out in alarm when she discovered that it was only an afterimage. Soon, more afterimages exploded like a flood, pouring down on Gao Qianhe. The afterimages shattered one after another, but she still couldn't see Yi Chen's real body. Suddenly, a sword light flickered in the void. The blue-robed Yi Chen appeared in front of Gao Qianhe at an unknown time. The destruction sword in his hand trembled and pierced out. Shoo! The sword tip pierced through Gao Qianhe's protective Zhenyuan and pierced through his throat, coming out from the back of his neck. A strand of blood flew in the air. An extreme astral-reaching expert had died under Yi Chen's sword. However, this sword was just an ordinary one. There were no tricks or mysteries. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was extremely fast. It was so fast that Gao Qianhe had no time to block or react. When the sword arrived, he died. As the sword was pulled out, blood splashed out. Gao Qianhe pointed his finger at Yi Chen, his eyes wide open. He seemed to want to say something, but because his throat was damaged, he couldn't say anything. Even at the moment of death, he didn't know what had happened. A sword artist, who was only a bit troublesome in his eyes, had killed him with one sword. Only at the moment of the sword attack did he realize how sharp it was. Maintaining the posture of death, Gao Qianhe fell on his back. What? Feng Yanrou finally blurted out the words that had been brewing in her throat. However, the words that came out were not the words that she wanted to say. It was too shocking. Just like Gao Qianhe, she believed that Yi Chen was a slightly more powerful sword artist, roughly at the level of peak astral-reaching experts. He would be able to exchange a couple of attacks with extreme astral-reaching experts, but he would definitely not be able to block an all-out attack from an extreme astral-reaching expert. After all, extreme astral-reaching experts were already the limit of astral-reaching experts. If one wanted to surpass this limit, one would have to reach the Sea of Soul Realm or have an upper-grade artifact. However, reaching the Sea of Soul Realm was easier said than done. Her talent and comprehension were definitely at the top of the Misty Snow region. However, the sect leader had also said that she would not have the slightest chance of reaching the Sea of Soul Realm within 5 years. No matter how many miracles she had, no matter what kind of enlightenment she had, she would not be able to reach the Sea of Soul Realm within 5 years. Not everyone could become an existence like Xian Ho. Otherwise, she would not have been the scariest genius of the true spirit continent in the past 1,000 years. However, an upper-grade artifact was not that easy to obtain. Apart from the rank 6 sects, there were very few of them circulating in the outside world. Moreover, they were mostly in some unknown ancient ruins, which were extremely dangerous. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would face life-threatening dangers if they entered, not to mention astral-reaching experts. Plus, even if one had an upper-grade artifact, it would be hard to keep it. Everyone understood the concept of possessing a treasure will arouse the suspicion of others. Sea of Soul realm experts would not mind killing an astral reaching expert and taking his upper grade artifact. Therefore, those who had an upper grade artifact would either be a Sea of Soul realm expert or be extremely well hidden, not daring to reveal it. Even Feng Yenro herself did not have an upper grade artifact. It was not that her sect did not want to give it to her, but that they did not want to bring her danger. Rank 6 sects were not enough to scare some lone Sea of Soul realm experts, not to mention a disciple of a rank 6 sect. Even if you were a child of a rank 6 sect leader, they would still dare to kill you for your treasures. If an extreme astral reaching expert had an upper grade artifact, then he would be an invincible astral reaching expert, which was publicly acknowledged by the entire true spirit continent. Unfortunately, invincible astral reaching experts were even rarer than life and death kings. No, they were not even half of the life and death kings. Moreover, they were all unknown, hidden in the deepest corners of the continent. Only when faced with life and death situations would they be exposed. Only then did the world know that he was an extreme astral reaching expert with an upper grade artifact. Without a doubt, Gao Qianhe was an extreme astral reaching expert. Although he was just an ordinary person, under his last desperate attack, even the powerful extreme astral reaching experts would have to retreat 3 feet. Yi Chen's previous performance was not that amazing. Only his movement art was outstanding. However, when Yi Chen unsheathed his sword and was about to kill, Feng Yenro finally saw his sharpness, the kind of sharpness that could take away one's soul with one sword. One sword. Merely one sword. Feng Yenro had chased after Gao Qianhe for 3 months, leaving her with no way to deal with him. But in the end, he was killed cleanly and cleanly. One sword to the throat, without any power to fight back. What an amazing sword Dao genius. I was a bit too complacent before. I wonder if he is a sword Dao genius from the Thunder region or some other region. Feng Yenro had already regarded Yi Chen as a genius of the same level. It was not that she underestimated him, but rather that she had given him a very high evaluation. Gao Qianhe's last desperate attack was indeed powerful, but in the eyes of sword artists, it was actually more of a flaw. And for a sword artist, if they did not grasp the opportunity to strike a flaw, then they were not qualified to be a sword artist. Therefore, killing Gao Qianhe with one sword strike was something Feng Yenro could also do. However, she had previously thought that Yi Chen was a peak astral reaching expert, which was why she was so surprised. As for which region Yi Chen was a sword Dao genius, Feng Yenro did not think about the nearest South Rudra region. She did not think that South Rudra region, which had not had a life and death king for hundreds of years, could give birth to such a powerful sword genius. South Rudra region had started to decline 1,000 years ago. It could only be the Thunder region or some other region. Shaking off the blood on the destruction sword and putting it back into its scabbard, Yi Chen turned around and said to Feng Yenro, "Sorry, it was too convenient." Actually, with Yi Chen's strength, he could have easily blocked Gao Qianhe's last desperate attack. However, after being trapped in the bewilderment fog forbidden zone for almost half a year, and going through 4 months of despair and near collapse, Yi Chen's evil aura had not dissipated yet. Earlier, he did not ask about the cause of the matter, so he did not do anything to Gao Qianhe. He only stopped him. But now that he was about to kill him, his evil aura suddenly erupted, and he casually killed Gao Qianhe, venting out the 4 months of depression. After killing Gao Qianhe, Yi Chen felt a lot more relaxed. Feng Yenro shook her head. "No, if you did not kill him, he would have killed you. I haven't even thanked you yet. How could I blame you?" Not being able to kill Gao Qianhe herself, Feng Yenro was indeed a bit disappointed. However, now that he was dead, her mood was also a lot more relaxed. Yi Chen chuckled and asked, "Are you from the Misty Snow region?" "Yeah, I am a disciple of the Misty Snow Martial School." "Are you from the Thunder region?" Feng, Yenro asked back. No, I am from the South Rudra region. South Rudra region? Feng Yenro was a bit surprised. She had never heard of any noteworthy martial genius in the South Rudra region. Only Sikongsheng was famous. Of course, her understanding of the South Rudra region was still a couple of years ago. Back then, Sikongsheng was only a peak-level late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, while she had already reached the astral reaching realm. She believed that after a couple of years, Sikongsheng would not be that bad. He would definitely reach the astral reaching realm, and would be ranked in the top 20 or even top 10 in the Misty Snow region. What? Is there something wrong? Feng Yenro shook her head. Then, in the last hidden dragon rank, you should have beaten Sikongsheng. Yes, he was very powerful. I had to spend a lot of effort to beat him. Now that he has gone to another region, he should have improved a lot. Yi Qin had never underestimated anyone. Sikongsheng, Yan Qihua, Murong Qingchen, Li Daoxian, Tuabaku, and Bingling were all his competitors. Being in the lead for a while did not mean being in the lead for a lifetime. The meaning of martial geniuses was that you would never know when they would explode. Once they did, it would be extremely horrifying. Xian Ho had also been quiet for a while, but when she exploded, it shocked the whole continent. While looking down on others, they were also looking down on themselves. Although some martial geniuses were arrogant, it did not mean that they had no achievements. Even among the legendary life and death realm warriors, there were a lot of arrogant people who had such personalities. Therefore, personality was just personality. As long as one worked hard and persevered, then no matter who one was, one would be able to create his or her own glory. Even the evil ones were the same. Feng Yenro did not dwell on this topic. I have to thank you for killing Gao Qinhe this time. I have been chasing him for 3 months. Now, I have to go back to the Snowy Palace. Oh, right, what is your name? She had already told Yi Qin her name. Yi Qin. Yi Qin, I will remember you. See you in the future. Shoo! The cold aura gradually disappeared as Feng Yenro flew into the distance. Soon, she disappeared into the horizon. Taking back his gaze, Yi Qin sighed. The South Rudra region had been weak for a long time. Not many people in the outside world valued the South Rudra region, thinking that it would continue to decline. But everything was different now. As the current #1 martial genius of the South Rudra region, he would naturally improve. Those martial geniuses who were below him would also set him as their goal and try to catch up. Within 3 to 5 years, the situation of the South Rudra region would change. If I want to change the competitive environment, it is actually very simple. I only need an even more powerful leader. I will take this position for now. For the current Yi Qin, modesty was already meaningless. As the leader of the South Rudra region, he naturally had to have this kind of bearing. Looking back at the fog-shrouded forbidden area, Yi Qin bitterly smiled. He would not enter it again within 3 to 5 years. This place could torture people to the point of insanity. If one was unlucky, it would be normal to be trapped for several years. Fortunately, he had come out. Shoo! Turning into a beam of light, Yi Qin broke through the clouds and flew above, heading toward the South Rudra region. In a couple of cities near the Star Region Lake in the South Rudra region, people were still talking about Yi Qin. A martial genius had been trapped in the bewildering fog forbidden area for almost half a year. Without any surprises, Yi Qin would not be able to come back until he reached the Sea of Souls realm. And reaching the Sea of Souls realm was not something that could be done overnight. Xian Ho had only reached the Sea of Souls realm when she was 25 years old, which had already broken the 1,000-year record of the true spirit continent. Yi Qin was currently 20 years old. Even if his talent was at the same level as Xuan Ho's, he would still need another 5 years. Within 5 years, there would be no more Yi Qin in the South Rudra region. Chapter 380. The Black Dragon Empire's lakeside city, the Sky Star City, was less than 10 miles away from the Star Regional Lake. In this city, with a population of more than 10 million, there was a top-notch restaurant called the 9-Star White Jade Restaurant. The 9-Star White Jade Restaurant had 9 floors, and each floor was more luxurious than the previous one. The walls were covered with extremely valuable white jade, which was inlaid with gold. It was a unique restaurant in the entire Black Dragon Empire. On the 7th floor of the restaurant, countless astral-reaching realm warriors were sitting in the lobby, chatting with each other. Everyone stopped guessing. I think, within 5 years, Yi Chen will not be able to walk out of the Forbidden Fog Zone. Perhaps he will be trapped in there until he dies. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a square face and a big nose. His cultivation was not weak, being at the late astral-reaching realm. He was very famous in the Sky Star City. Half a year ago, after Shen Tujue had said that Yi Chen had been trapped in the Forbidden Fog Zone, the news had spread out in the whole South Ruder region at an unbelievable speed. As a result, all the astral-reaching realm warriors had used Yi Chen as the topic of conversation, since this martial genius had left too deep of an impression on everyone. In the Hidden Dragon rank competition, he had won all the battles and made it all the way to the finals. Then, out of everyone's expectation, he had beaten Xikongshan, the king of the young generation in the South Ruder region. Not only that, it had been more than 2 years since the Hidden Dragon rank competition had ended, and he had beaten all the other warriors again, becoming an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior. He had killed the White Bone Ghost Warrior from the 9 Ghost Cult in the Blood Demon battlefield, and had also escaped from the 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. Indeed, the chances of him coming out are very small, and even if he does, it won't be a good thing. He killed Daoist Jin Huang, a core elder of the Floating Mountain sect, and Ghost General Whitebone. The remnants of the Floating Mountain sect and the 9 Evil cult won't let him go. It is said that Shen Tujue's strength is even above that of Heartless Sect's Pei Yudao. He has already condensed a martial soul embryo and can be considered a first-rate existence among extreme astral-reaching realm experts. The remnants of the 9 Ghost cult are also not to be underestimated. There are 2 other Ghost Generals on the same level as Whitebone Ghost General, especially the number 1, 5 Poison Ghost General. His whole body is filled with poison, and the breath he exhales can poison a village to death. Fighting with him will unknowingly poison you. Even if the poison is not deep, your strength will be greatly reduced, and you will be at the mercy of others. This Yi Chen's ability to stir up trouble can be considered one of a kind. What kind of people did he mess with? The Floating Mountain sect, the remnants of the 9 Evil cult. Any one of them can play us in the palm of their hands. Those who were able to sit on the 7th floor of the 9-star White Jade Tower were all astral-reaching realm warriors, but they were only normal beings. The most powerful among them were only late astral-reaching realm warriors, not to mention the top and extreme realms. If an extreme astral-reaching realm warrior were to slap over, a lot of them would be killed. Dang, dang, dang. Footsteps were heard from the stairs. They were very light, but everyone could hear them and couldn't help but look over. After 3 breaths, a young man appeared in everyone's sight. He was dressed in blue, with a long sword hanging on his waist. His black hair was tied up in a simple way, and he had a handsome face. His eyes were gentle like jade. He was not a peerless beauty, but he was still a top talent. If it was not Yi Chen, who else could it be? After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, the first city that Yi Chen arrived at was the Sky Star City, which was the closest city to the Star Regional Lake, less than 10 miles away. On the way, Yi Chen had already thought about it. He knew that it would be impossible to hide the fact that he had left the Forbidden Zone, because he was not a nameless person. There would definitely be people who knew him. As for why he was able to leave the Forbidden Zone and the consequences of leaving with his astral-reaching realm cultivation base, he had already thought about it. After all, the iron rule of the Forbidden Zone had been broken, which was way too shocking. It would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. Therefore, he decided to make a strong comeback and then create a fake image to tell the world that he had not gone deep into the Forbidden Zone. And the fake image would be broken one day, but it would not come too soon. When that day came, Yi Chen was confident that he would have enough power to protect himself. Above the 7th floor of the 9-star White Jade Tower, only astral-reaching realm warriors had the right to come up. There were a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors who knew Yi Chen. Therefore, Yi Chen decided to go to the 9-star White Jade Tower first, using them to tell everyone in the South Rudra region that he was back. Oh my God! It is Yi Chen! Indeed, on the 7th floor, there were 2 people who recognized Yi Chen. They had both been to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competitions, so Yi Chen's image had been imprinted in their minds for a long time. What? Are you sure? Why would I lie to you? He is indeed Yi Chen. I cannot believe it. He has walked out of the Forbidden Zone without any injuries. This is unbelievable. What the hell? The middle-aged man who had said that Yi Chen would not be able to leave the Forbidden Zone in the next 5 years was shocked, as if he had just seen a ghost. Yi Chen smiled lightly as he found a seat near the window and sat down. He had heard all of the whispers from the crowd. Should we say hi to him? I heard that Yi Chen is quite easy to talk to. Yeah, I have never heard of his scandals. Let's go together. The 2 who had recognized Yi Chen stood up and walked towards Yi Chen. Warrior Yi, I have heard a lot about you. The 2 cupped their fists, showing great respect. Yi Chen reached out his hand, sit. This Yi Chen is really easy to talk to. He even invited us to sit down. What a great honor. The 2 showed joy on their faces as they sat down with even more respect. One of them asked the waiter to prepare the best dishes and wine. Warrior Yi, we have admired you for a long time. Today, we can finally sit down with you to eat and drink. Life is so happy. The middle-aged man on the left with a black mole said heartily. Yi Chen smiled. The meaning of life is to do what you like. It is boring to drink alone. I, Yi Chen, will not refuse anyone. Great. Seeing the 3 chatting happily, the others on the 7th floor were jealous. At the same time, they regretted that they didn't think of talking to Yi Chen. Otherwise, they would be the ones sitting there. Warrior Yi, I have admired you for a long time. A man nearby couldn't help but stand up and say shamelessly. Yi Chen didn't embarrass him and invited him to sit down and drink with him. Warrior Yi, Warrior Yi. Seeing this, the others stood up one after another, wanting to get close to Yi Chen. Being able to eat and drink with the most talented martial geniuses of the South Rudra region in hundreds or even thousands of years would be a great thing indeed. In the future, if Yi Chen could step into the higher realms, then he would be even more proud. At least, he would be able to tell his descendants, "Son, back in the day, I, your father, had a drink with Yi Chen and chatted with him. You are still far away from that." There were too many people. Yi Chen laughed as he put all the tables on the 7th floor together, creating a huge table that was 10 meters long on each side. Everyone gathered at the table and started to drink. Warrior Yi, that Forbidden Zone is known as the place where astral-reaching realm warriors don't return. How did you get out? Let us see. Yeah. Warrior Yi, the news of you getting out will spread throughout the Black Dragon Empire in less than half a month. Within a month, the whole South Rudra region will know about it. Yi Chen drank a mouthful of wine and said, Actually, I didn't even go deep into the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, I got out 5 months ago and have been healing my wounds. Being chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors. It would be impossible for me to not be wounded at all. You didn't go deep into the Forbidden Zone. Everyone suddenly realized that Yi Chen had not gone deep into the Forbidden Zone. As for being wounded, it would be normal. It would be weird if he did not get wounded at all. Being chased by 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors was not a joke. Yi Chen being able to escape successfully was already enough to prove his power. If it were any other normal extreme astral-reaching realm warrior, there would be a huge chance for him to die. Thinking about it, Yi Chen had been hiding for 5 months to heal his wounds. Powerful warriors were not the same as weak ones. Powerful warriors had a strong life force and would not die easily, but it would be extremely hard for them to heal their bodies, especially the wounds caused by some of the ace attacks, which would affect the mental state. Congratulations on your safe return. Let me propose a toast to you. A toast to young hero Yi as well. The banquet lasted until late at night before it ended. In the guest room of the restaurant, Yi Chen sat on the bed with his legs crossed. The 4 months of searching for the way out of the Forbidden Zone had a huge impact on Yi Chen. Seriously speaking, it was even more than the challenge from the Dual Sword King and the Iron Sword King statues. Mentality. What was the mentality? It was actually a person's inner world. To put it simply, it was the inner heart. Being strong on the outside was not true strength. Being strong on the inside was the strength that came from the inside out. It was a strength that could not be crushed, a strength that could break through fate. The boring journey of 4 months and 7 days had raised Yi Chen's mentality to a frightening level. On average, he had to use his soul power 180,000 times a day, which would be more than 20 million times in 4 months and 7 days. If it were any other astral reaching expert, they would have long since gone crazy or collapsed. Or they would have directly given up and not stepped into the Sea of Soul Realm, not planning to leave the Forbidden Zone. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts did not have the same perseverance as Yi Chen. Repeating the same thing for 4 months and 7 days, repeating it 180,000 times a day. Just thinking about it would make one shiver in fear. However, this was not the most frightening thing. What was frightening was that Yi Chen didn't know when he would be able to leave the Forbidden Zone. Perhaps it would be a few months, or perhaps it would be a few years. Everything was unknown. Who could stand up again and again in the midst of disappointment and loss of confidence and defeat themselves? Yi Chen's experience in these 4 months and 7 days contained the setbacks of several lifetimes of others. Of course, the harvest of defeating oneself time and time again was bountiful, far beyond one's imagination. With a powerful mental state, Yi Chen's sword will become even more indestructible and unshakable. Every strand of will was exceptionally pure. It would not be an exaggeration to say that within the same realm of sword will, no one would be his opponent. His current sword will was more or less the same as an ordinary Sea of Soul Realm sword artist. In terms of power, even ordinary Sea of Soul Realm sword artists would not be his opponent, and ordinary Sea of Soul Realm martial artists would be thrown into the air by him. They could not be compared at all. Above his Sea of Soul, a 3-finger-long ancient long sword blossomed with specks of silver radiance. These specks of silver radiance were the radiance of will. From Battle King's sword down knowledge, Yi Chen knew that within the Sea of Soul Realm, only Sea of Soul Realm masters could emit radiance. Below Sea of Soul Realm, powerful Sea of Soul Realm sword artists could occasionally do it. However, Yi Chen had done it at the astral reaching realm. Once the radiance appears, the will is almost indestructible. Yi Chen sucked in a deep breath, his pupils emitting a soul-stirring light. Chapter 381. In the next half a month, Yi Chen had been training in the 9-star White Jade Tower. He had already used more than half of the hundreds of top-rank soul stones he had gotten from the black-robed elder, which had increased his cultivation to the next level. His Zhenyuan was getting richer and richer. Do not underestimate the small gap between the peak level late astral reaching realm and the late astral reaching realm. The amount of Zhenyuan needed to accumulate would be shocking. No matter how talented you were, you would have to train honestly. Of course, it was not that there were no shortcuts, but they were too hard to find. For example, the rare spirit plants and the priceless top pellets could allow a late astral reaching realm warrior to reach the peak level instantly. Or, a Seas of Souls realm warrior could use his or her power to help you. No rush. With my battling power, I am almost invincible among the astral reaching realm warriors. I can take my time with my cultivation. Even if I reach the peak level late astral reaching realm, it would still be a long process for me to reach the seas of Soul's realm. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, and at most 8 to 10 years. It would all be possible. The challenge between the astral reaching realm and the seas of Soul's realm is called the Mortal Transcension Challenge. It is not without reason. The Mortal Transcension Challenge, as the name suggested, would allow the warrior to leave the mortal body and be able to do whatever he wanted. Therefore, the warriors who managed to reach the seas of Soul's realm would be called powerful warriors. The sky was getting brighter, and the oil lamp that was covered by a layer of glass was still shining with a dim light. Opening his eyes, Yi Chun pressed his finger in the air. Pooh! The glass did not shatter, and the light went out. After washing up a bit, Yi Chun opened the door and walked towards the lobby on the 7th floor. There were twice as many astral-reaching realm warriors in the lobby compared to half a month ago. Part of the reason was because Yi Chun was living here, and a lot of astral-reaching realm warriors wanted to make friends with him. Another reason was that the new Hidden Dragon rank competition had just ended, and the people who had gone to the Hidden Dragon Ancient City to watch the competition had all returned. Although this year's Hidden Dragon rank competition was not as good as the last one, there were still a lot of top martial geniuses. The first place was a disciple from the floating mountain martial school, the descendant of the Stone King Gu Yuyan. The second place was Qian Yun from the Sunset Martial School. As for the martial school that Yi Chun was in, it had a lot of top martial geniuses. There were 3 people who made it into the top 72, and the most talented one among them was Zhang Haoren. I heard that he was a martial genius from the same generation as Yi Chun, but Yi Chun had caught up to him. Besides that, there were also a lot of core disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School who almost made it into the top 72, which made all the leaders of the other martial schools have their eyes wide open. With a genius leader like Yi Chun in the Sky Cloud Martial School, it would be hard for the disciples to not remember him. Yi Chun School was a top. Yi Star. Martial genius leader. Yi Martial of Yi. Of course it's true. These days we often drink and chat together and occasionally exchange martial arts experiences. Don't be fooled by his young age. His understanding is much deeper than mine. Many things have been enlightened by his advice. In the past, our strength was equal, but now it might not necessarily be as good as mine. Who doesn't know how to brag? If there's a chance, let's exchange some pointers. Of course. While everyone was talking, Yi Chun arrived at the lobby. Young Hero Yi is here. Young Hero Yi, you're really here. It seems that I've come to the right place. The newly arrived astral-reaching realm warriors all cupped their fists towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun had heard their conversation before and had some understanding of the situation of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. Zhang Haoren's rise was expected. Back in the day, among the disciples of the same generation, only Zhang Haoren could compete with him. 5 to 6 years had passed, and he should be at the peak level late, clasping Yuan realm, not far from the astral reaching realm. As for Su Jing, who was not even 24 years old and did not participate in the competition, Yi Chun had a feeling that she had already reached the astral reaching realm. Su Jing's path was different from most of the other martial artists. She mainly trained Qi power, which was the opposite of Zhen Yuan. Zhen Yuan was stored in the Dantian through the meridians of the whole body, while Qi power was stored in the blood, flesh, and bone marrow. Every part of the human body was a Qi power path. There was no limit to it. Training Qi power was the super version of body training. When normal people trained their bodies, they would be able to strengthen their bodies, which would allow them to have hundreds or even thousands of pounds of power. However, it would not turn into Qi power. The early stage of body training was similar to body training. It would also strengthen the body and increase the power. In the later stages, one would be able to squeeze out physical power from the body, which would be Qi power. Qi power did not have as many uses as Zhen Yuan, but in terms of aggressiveness, it was way more powerful than Jin Yuan. It was truly unbreakable. When fighting against the warriors who train Qi power, one should never get too close to them. Otherwise, one would die a horrible death. The defense that one was so proud of would be as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of them. There was another big difference between training Qi power and body training, which was that it could not be seen from the outside. For example, Su Jing's Qi power was definitely one of the best in the whole South Ruder region. However, she still looked like a young girl with a beautiful body. Her arms were very slim, but these slim arms could easily kill a demonic beast at the same level. Of course, it would still be easy to tell if a warrior who trained Qi power met another warrior who trained Qi power. For the warriors who trained Qi power, because their Qi power was too powerful, their essence Qi would be like smoke and their blood Qi would be rolling. Therefore, the Qi power of the warriors who trained Qi power would definitely be able to sense each other. Although Yi Chen's Qi power was not as powerful as Su Jing's, he was still a little bit better. Plus, his soul power was the only one at the astral-reaching realm, so he was very sensitive to everything. Meeting with Su Jing again, he should be able to tell her current power. While drinking with the crowd, Yi Chen asked about what had happened in the hidden dragon rank that was worth paying attention to. There seems to be one. The prince of the Black Dragon Empire, who was ranked third in the hidden dragon rank competition, had come to watch this year's hidden dragon rank competition. The prince of the Black Dragon Empire. Yi Chen nodded. He knew this man. Sikong Sheng had participated in 3 hidden dragon rank competitions, and he was ranked first in the second one. The second one was Yan Qihua, and the third one was the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. He was already 23 years old back then, and after 6 years he should be 29 years old now, which was a lot older than the current young generation. No one had expected that after hiding for 6 years, the prince of the Black Dragon Empire would come out with a peak level late astral reaching realm cultivation. It had shocked everyone. Yeah, even I was shocked at that time. Yi Chen did not care too much about it and asked, "What did the prince of the Black Dragon Empire do there?" Recruiting talents. I heard that he had already recruited a bunch of people, including a couple of top-ranked martial geniuses. This year's champion Gu Yuyun and Qian Yun had both been recruited by him. Zhang Haoren from Yi Warriors Martial School was also one of them. I wonder if he had accepted. Recruiting talents. This prince is really calculating. Yi Chen knew that those who were able to make it into the top 72 of the Hidden Dragon rank were all people with great luck. Recruiting them into the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire would be able to gather a lot of luck for the royal family. Even if it did not work out, when these martial geniuses grew up, they would be able to become the guardians of the Black Dragon Empire. Of course, in the South Ruder region, only the royal families of the top 3 countries would dare to do this, since the 3 royal families were even more powerful than the rank 6 martial institutions. Soon, it was already the afternoon. On the street, a group of 6 people walked slowly. "Prince, we are here." Among the 6 people, 5 of them were elders, all wearing black long robes with golden threads. One of them had a golden flower embroidered on his chest. The elder with the flower said to the tall young man who was half a step in front of him. The young man was more than 190 centimeters tall. He was quite handsome, and there was a black dragon embroidered on his black robe. The eyes of the black dragon were golden, which added a bit of aura to the young man. He said lightly, "As expected, Yi Chen should be in the 9-star White Jade restaurant. I wonder if he will accept my invitation." If he does not know how to appreciate favors, then teach him a lesson. The one who spoke was a muscular elder with a face full of evil. The leading elder in black rubbed his chin. Don't underestimate him. He was able to escape from 4 extreme astral-reaching realm warriors, so his power is definitely not normal. Of course, there is no need to be afraid. Yen Bei Dao, wait for the prince to speak. Don't be reckless. in case you ruin the prince's plan. Yan Beidao's power was second only to him. His blade arts were shocking, but unfortunately he was too evil and could easily kill people. Don't worry, I know what to do. Arriving at the entrance of the 9-star White Jade restaurant, the waiter who welcomed the guests was shocked when he saw the 6 people's clothes. He immediately recognized them and bowed before leading them inside. Then, the manager of the White Jade restaurant personally welcomed them, his face full of smiles. Is Yi Chen staying in the 9-star White Jade restaurant? The leading elder in black asked. The manager hesitated a bit, then nodded. Young warrior, Yi has been staying in the 9-star White Jade restaurant for half a month. It is on the 7th floor. All right, you go do what you need to do. We will go up by ourselves. On the 7th floor, Yi Chen and the others were drinking. Seeing the prince and the other 5 walk up, his brows slightly creased. He felt that they had come for him. Although the prince had never seen Yi Chen before, he had seen Yi Chen's portrait. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi is so free and unfettered. I heard that you made it out of the bewilderment fog forbidden zone. I didn't dare to believe it before, but now I do. Yi Chen said, I was lucky. Why is the prince here? Just now, someone had already told him the prince's identity. The prince waved his hand, signaling the others to make way. He sat in front of Yi Chen and went straight to the point. This time I have come for no other reason than to hope that brother Yi can become my personal guard. I can give you the position of personal guard captain. Moreover, I will also help you resolve the grudge between you and the Floating Mountain School. What do you think? After saying these words, the prince's gaze became clear as he looked straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Among the 6, there were 3 extreme astral-reaching experts. One of them was the black-robed old man, another was a robust old man, and the last one was actually the prince of the Black Dragon Empire. However, with his talent and comprehensive ability, becoming an extreme astral-reaching expert at the age of 28 or 29 was not out of the question. It was common knowledge that between 25 and 35 was the peak period of a human's body. This was the period where one's progress was the fastest. Xianhou had entered the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 25 and the Life and Death realm at the age of 35. Therefore, the prince's strength did not surprise Yi Chen too much. He was a famous genius of this generation, and his strength would not be inferior to the prince at the age of 28 or 29. Moreover, with a genius leader like Yi Chen, the pressure on the later geniuses would be even greater. It was very likely that they would reach this realm earlier, or even surpass it, leading the South Rudra region to the peak. Sorry, I can't agree. Yi Chen's expression was indifferent as he drank a mouthful of wine. The prince faintly smiled, his gaze faintly carrying an oppressive feeling as he smiled. Brother Yi, why don't you reconsider? Becoming my personal guard will only bring you benefits. There are no disadvantages. You're wrong. Becoming your personal guard is the biggest disadvantage. Yi Chen did not feel any restraint or pressure as he casually said, Impudent, I've given you some color, and you want to open a dye shop? If you don't agree, then ask my blade. Yan Beidao could not help but reprimand him. He was not afraid of the prince's displeasure. In fact, this time inviting Yi Chen to become the prince's personal guard was only one of his goals. If the latter did not agree, then he would move on to the second goal. Therefore, the prince was overbearing from the start. If Yi Chen agreed, then it would be best. Otherwise, his trip would not be in vain. Chapter 382. The Crown Prince didn't stop Yan Beidao. Admittedly, he had come this time with the intention of inviting Yi Chen to become his personal guard. However, he knew that Yi Chen wasn't a sword artist willing to be under someone else's command. Therefore, he had long since prepared himself for rejection. Moreover, Yan Beidao was the #1 astral-reaching blade artist of the Black Dragon Empire's royal family. His ruthless aura was extremely frightening. With him provoking Yi Chen, he should be able to see something. Of course, if Yi Chen were to lose at his hands, that would be even better. Since he couldn't obtain a genius, he might as well destroy him in advance. Yi Chen glared at him. "Who the hell are you?" Hearing these words, the astral-reaching experts on the 7th floor opened their mouths wide. As the saying goes, one must look at the owner before beating a dog. Yi Chen's first words almost made them spurt out the wine they had just drunk. As for the crown prince, his complexion suddenly turned gloomy. The wine cup in his hand exploded with a bang, and the wine and fragments evaporated into a light blue mist. "I'll skin you alive." Yen Beidao's face was flushed with blood, and his breathing accelerated. Everyone could clearly see the blue veins on his thick neck bulging like cyan earthworms. With a roar, ruthless aura erupted, filling the berserk blade aura. Yen Beidao chopped at Yi Chen with a palm blade. The energy of this palm was restrained, and it was extremely fast and berserk. With a wave of his hand, the edge of the palm was like a bold and decisive blade, cleaving the void and heading straight for Yi Chen's face. He was fast, but Yi Chen was even faster. A green lotus blossomed, and Yi Chen's sword finger pointed at the edge of Yen Beidao's palm. Kalala! The hard floorboards under his feet were plowed through. Yen Beidao's feet rubbed against the ground as he flew upward like a meteor. He smashed a huge hole in the wall of the 9-star white jade tower's 7th floor and flew backward for 3 to 4 miles. Along the way, everything he encountered exploded. After 3 to 4 li, Yen Beidao staggered in the air, spurting out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yi Chen's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. The chair beneath him also didn't shatter. Is this the strength of the genius leader of South Rudra region? How terrifying! With a single finger, he sent the other party flying 3 to 4 miles away without the slightest bit of resistance. Although everyone had heard that Yi Chen had suppressed the White Bone Ghost General, one of the 3 strongest ghost generals of the 9 Ghost cult, causing him to die a miserable death in the mouth of the blood evil beast, and had exchanged a few moves with Shintaju without falling into a disadvantageous position, and then escaped from the hands of 4 extreme astral-reaching experts with great difficulty. They had never seen it with their own eyes. They thought that it was an exaggeration, and that there was some hidden story behind it. At this moment, no one thought this way anymore. Yi Chen's strength was even more powerful than they had imagined. This Yen Beidao was, after all, an expert under the crown prince, yet he couldn't even take one move. The eldest imperial prince's expression was exceptionally grave. The others might not know, but how could he not know? Yen Beidao was an extreme astral-reaching expert. Even if he couldn't compare to the head of the 7 blade artists, the white-robed blade artist, he wasn't too far off. Coupled with that crazy evil qi, even those with a higher strength might not necessarily be able to suppress him. His strength is above that of the white-robed bladesman, comparable to Pei Yu Dao. Thinking of this, the eldest imperial prince sent a Zhanyuan transmission to Yen Beidao, who was several li away. "Beidao, take out your weapon and go all out. Help me probe his bottom line. I must kill him." Without the eldest imperial prince's words, a radiance flickered in Yen Beidao's hand, and a 1.5-meter-long blade with an extremely thick back appeared out of thin air. With the blade in hand, Yen Beidao's blade aura rose again and again, distorting and rupturing the void. Sent flying by Yi Chen's finger, Yen Beidao lost all his face. He had used 70% of his strength at most in that palm strike. Wishful thinking, he believed that Yi Chen had used 90% or even 100% of his strength. At this moment, he held a peak mid-grade blade in his hand, and his battle power could be displayed to its peak. His eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Yi Chen with his left hand and roared, "Despicable villain, come out and fight!" "Why bother? I can deal with you right here." Yi Chen sneered. His fingers, as if playing a pipa, shot out one sharp Zhanyuan after another. The Zhanyuan took form and gave birth to many long swords, piercing through the void. Dang, 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 dang. Yen Beidao brandished his blade and slashed out. His extremely fast brandishing speed caused his entire body to be wrapped in blade light. However, Yi Chen's Zhenyuan longswords were not ordinary Zhenyuan longswords, but Zhenyuan longswords that contained a frightening sword intent. Every strike was equivalent to an extreme astral-reaching expert's full power attack. Dozens of attacks simultaneously landed on Yen Beidao's protective blade light, and their destructive power was astonishing. With continuous cracking sounds, Yen Beidao's perlicue bled, and his entire body was sent flying once again. At the same time, several Zhenyuan longswords instantly brushed past his body, leaving behind scars. What? The eldest imperial prince's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but stand up. Too powerful. Sitting there casually from 3 to 4 li away, he beat the eldest imperial prince's right-hand man to the point of vomiting blood and retreating. Everyone was astonished. Yi Qin retracted his palm and said to the Black Dragon Empire's eldest imperial prince, "Eldest imperial prince, what other powerful subordinates do you have? Come at me together. I have nothing better to do." After saying these words, his gaze shot a glance at the black-robed old man standing behind the eldest imperial prince. There was a golden flower tattooed on his chest. Gulp! It was merely a glance, but the black-robed old man felt as if an incomparably sharp and peerless sword was stabbing at him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Eldest imperial prince, this person is more troublesome than I imagined. This old man is not his opponent. His lips slightly moved as he sent a Zhenyuan transmission to the eldest imperial prince. The eldest imperial prince restrained his astonished expression and replied, "I know. He's at least an expert at the level of heartless sex, great Elder Pei Yudao." Pei Yudao's reputation in South Ruder region was even higher than Shin Tujue's. After all, before Shin Tujue condensed his martial soul embryo, Pei Yudao had always held the position of the number 1 astral-reaching expert. Moreover, there was no comparison. Who knew if Shin Tujue could defeat Pei Yudao? Pei Yudao's level. The black-robed old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Pei Yudao himself was a sword artist and also an extreme astral-reaching expert. In terms of offensive power and sword intent, he couldn't be compared to anyone else. At his level, he was basically invincible among astral-reaching experts in South Ruder region. Huh. The eldest imperial prince suddenly laughed heartily. While clapping, he said, "Good strength. You've broadened this prince's horizons. This prince has come this time not only to get to know Brother Yi, but also to exchange pointers with Brother Yi. How about this, you and I exchange one move, so as to avoid harming our relationship? What do you think?" The eldest imperial prince was quite apprehensive of Yi Qin. He was afraid that if the battle dragged on, he would lose face. If it was only one move, he was confident that he could receive it. After all, he was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He had no choice but to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. "I'll do as you say." How could Yi Qin not see through the eldest imperial prince's thoughts? "This place is too narrow. You and I will exchange outside the city." The eldest imperial prince turned around and went down. 10 li north of Sky Star City, Star Regional Lake, Yi Qin and the eldest imperial prince stood 100 meters apart. The lake breeze blew on their clothes, causing them to flutter. In their surroundings, the spectators numbered in the tens of thousands. Almost all the astral-reaching experts of Sky Star City had come. Of course, there were even more clasping yuan and condensing reality martial artists. Yi Qin said indifferently, "Make your move." The eldest imperial prince didn't say anything, the palm hidden in his sleeves, tightly clenched into a fist. Black smoke curled up, faintly carrying thunder and flames. The black chi became more and more vigorous, eventually wrapping the eldest imperial prince within and soaring into the sky. The air within a radius of several hundred meters instantly distorted, and the scene became indistinct. "Kacha!" The sky turned dark at an unknown time, and a purple lightning struck down. At the same time, the eldest imperial prince made his move. His figure shot out like lightning, tearing through the void. His right fist, shrouded in black chi, suddenly punched out. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist. A huge black dragon, condensed from Zhen Yuan, rapidly formed. The dragon's body was 300 meters long, and its head was as big as a house. Its eyes opened, emitting a golden light. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down at Yichin. Wherever it went, the ground collapsed and cracked, and the lake water on one side raised huge waves. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It's the Black Dragon Empire's royal martial art, Black Dragon Tyrant Fist. Someone recognized the eldest imperial prince's fist art. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist is said to be a fist art that is even higher than the top rank Earth realm. With one punch, the sky and earth will change color, and the flood will flood. That black dragon, condensed from Zhen Yuan, also has a mental attack. Higher than the top rank Earth realm fist art? Isn't that a heaven realm fist art? Right? Heaven realm fist arts are also known as profound sense fist arts. The black dragon covered the sky and enveloped over. Its sharp claws and teeth tore through the air, creating one vacuum crack after another. It was as if it was tearing apart a huge piece of cloth. Its aura was astonishing, shaking the soul. Yet another profound sense martial skill. How could Yi Qin not know about the grade of Black Dragon Tyrant Fist? It was the same as Feng Yenro's Ice, Snow, Sword Domain, both of which were Heaven Realm martial skills, which were also profound sense martial skills. Only Sea of Soul Realm experts could create profound sense martial skills, because they already touched upon the existence of profound sense. The higher the profound sense, the more powerful the martial skill would be. Normally, Sea of Soul Realm experts or masters could create low-rank profound sense martial skills at most. Mid-rank profound sense martial skills were beyond the power of Sea of Soul Realm masters, and only Life and Death Kings could do it. As for the high-rank profound sense martial skills, only titled monarchs could create them. Whether Xian Ho had done it or not, it was still unknown. Above the high-rank profound sense martial skills were the peak profound sense martial skills. Those who could create peak profound sense martial skills were already comparable to the ancient era's peak kings. The Crown Prince's Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was at most a superficial level, not even 1/10 of its full power. From this, it could be deduced that it should be a low-rank profound sense martial skill. Humph! Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was created by the old ancestor. Once I use this move, even those stronger than me will be temporarily suppressed. I'll let you make a fool of yourself. The Crown Prince was full of confidence. Within this one move, he was not afraid of anyone at the astral reaching realm. This was the big gift he had prepared for Yi Qin. Roar! The black dragon opened its huge mouth, and an incorporeal ripple radiated out. It was a spirit attack. Yi Qin wasn't afraid at all. The space between his brows swelled up like a diamond bead, and a shapeless and immaterial sword intent swiftly shot out, instantly extinguishing the mental attack without the slightest effort. Clang! Unsheathing the destruction sword, Yi Qin stabbed 3 times toward the black dragon. These 3 sword strikes were unimaginably fast. The first sword pierced through the black dragon's head, the second through its neck, and the third through its body. After stabbing 3 times, Yi Qin sheathed his sword and calmly stood there. Chapter 383. Crash! The Zhen Yuan black dragon seemed to have materialized flesh and blood. Its body was torn apart, and irregular chunks of flesh scattered down from the sky. It was an extremely spectacular sight, causing the souls of the spectating martial artists to tremble. Before the Zhan Yuan chunks of flesh reached the ground, they dissipated at different speeds. A Yuan Qi hurricane swept up where they were, blowing towards the sky. Impossible! Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was broken? Sparks flew from the gloves. Unable to bear the recoil of power, the Crown Prince was sent flying back at an even faster speed, his face full of disbelief. Black Dragon Tyrant Fist was a low-grade, profound sense fist art, a pure killing fist art. In terms of might, even ordinary low-grade, profound sense martial skills were inferior to it, although he had only comprehended a bit of it, not even 1/10 of its peak, at the level of astral reaching realm. 1/10 of a low-grade, profound sense fist art's might was already quite amazing. Originally, the Crown Prince was brimming with confidence. He believed that at the level of astral reaching realm, be it Shen Tujue or Pei Yu Dao, they would be suppressed by his Black Dragon Tyrant Fist within one move. In other words, he would be able to gain the upper hand within one move. As for after one move, he would have no other choice. He had set a one-move agreement with Yi Qin in order to suppress Yi Chen's prestige and establish his own. How could he have imagined that the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist, which had always been successful, would only be able to withstand 3 sword strikes from Yi Qin? These 3 sword strikes seemed to have cut into the blind spots of the Black Dragon Tyrant Fist, forcibly dismembering the Zhen Yuan Black Dragon, creating such a soul-shaking scene. Sheathing his sword, Yi Chen indifferently looked at the Crown Prince. "Thanks for letting me win. Brother Ye's sword arts are indeed incomparably sharp. Seems like I won't be able to gain the upper hand within one move." The Crown Prince revealed a forced smile, feeling extremely sullen inwardly. With so many spectators, he was afraid that in less than 10 days, the entire Black Dragon Empire would know that he was inferior to Yi Qin. At this moment, the only thing he could do was play a word game, telling the world that he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Qin in one move. However, after one move, the outcome might be different. Yi Qin said with a smile that was yet not a smile, "Likewise, Crown Prince's words are similarly incomparably sharp, not beneath my sword arts." "You." The Crown Prince's chest heaved up and down. "Well done, Yi Qin. You actually didn't give me a way out. I gave you face, but you made me lose face. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The Floating Mountain sect won't sit by and watch you grow. The remaining members of the 9 Ghost Cult will definitely try to assassinate you." The eldest prince's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and said, "You're flattering me. Brother Ye's courage is truly shocking. You treat the Hanging Mountain like it's nothing. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Yi Chen replied, "The first imperial prince is openly trying to rope in the disciples of the various sections. Such methods and boldness far surpass Yi Chen's. How would Yi Chen dare to show off in front of the first imperial prince?" Yi Chen's words were like his sword techniques, always hitting the nail on the head. Since the eldest imperial prince wanted to drag him down with him, he naturally would not be polite. After the 2 geniuses finished exchanging blows, they started bickering, which left the surrounding spectators dumbstruck. However, it seemed like Yi Chen was gaining the upper hand, and the Crown Prince was gradually losing the upper hand. "All right, I still have things to do. Brother Yi, you take care of yourself. We will meet again in the future. I hope that at that time, Brother Yi will still be as lively as you are today." With his status as the eldest imperial prince, if he continued, he would become a laughing stock. He could not afford to lose face, and neither could the royal family of the Black Dragon Empire. "Let's go." The group of 6 came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Yi Qin sneered. This eldest imperial prince was nothing to worry about. Xikong Sheng, Yan Qihua, and Lin Yin were all much stronger than him. At least, the 3 of them did not know how to play word games. If they lost, they lost. They were just a bit more stubborn. As the eldest imperial prince of the Black Dragon Empire, he did not have any dignity at all. As soon as the eldest imperial prince left, everyone's gaze gathered on Yi Qin. Among all the southern regions of the true spirit continent, our South Rudra region is the weakest with the least amount of geniuses. But from today onwards, it will be different. Yi Chen can completely compete with the top geniuses of other regions. Genius leader, fully deserving of the title. However, Yi Chen's situation is worrying. Not only did he offend the Floating Mountain sect and the remnants of the Nine Evil cult, he even offended the eldest imperial prince of the Black Dragon Empire. It's hard to say for now. Without this boldness, perhaps Yi Chen would not be Yi Chen, and he would not have the achievements he has today. This battle had established Yi Chen's unshakable position as a genius leader. Returning to the 9-star White Jade restaurant, Yi Chen went into closed-door training and declined all guests. Feng Yenro's ice, snow, sword domain, and the eldest imperial prince's Black Dragon Tyrant Fist were both low-grade profound sense martial skills, which brought a trace of threat to Yi Chen. It was not that the two could threaten Yi Chen. Without exaggerating, the current Yi Chen could kill them with 30 to 40% of his strength, and he could suppress an astral reaching paragon with 50% of his strength. In other words, 50% of Yi Chen's strength was enough for him to look down on everyone and rule the astral reaching realm. The reason why he felt threatened was because the low-grade profound sense martial skills made Yi Chen feel that he was lacking. Limited by profound sense, astral reaching experts were unable to grasp profound sense martial skills. For example, Feng Yenro and the eldest imperial prince had stopped at less than 10%. However, who knew if there would be someone who could grasp 10% or even 20%? Who knew if a freak like Yi Chen would appear, cultivating a top-rank Earth grade martial skill to the peak of the 13th layer and condensing a sword soul embryo or a martial soul embryo? Perhaps there would even be someone at the astral reaching realm who could directly condense a sword soul or martial soul. These were all uncertain. Perhaps, perhaps not. Yi Chen couldn't hope that others didn't have this kind of talent and opportunity. True Spirit Continent was so big, and it was quite possible for such freaks to appear. Therefore, what Yi Chen could do was to constantly strengthen himself and never be satisfied. Profound sense martial skills. Yi Chen also had them, but he couldn't use them. The void-shattering finger he obtained on the Sheephead Mountain was undoubtedly a profound sense finger art. However, the void-shattering finger's profoundness was different from ordinary profoundness. It involved space. Up until now, Yi Chen still didn't know what the space attribute was, or how to comprehend it. Rather than spending time on the void-shattering finger, he might as well comprehend the strongest 9th style of Green Lotus sword arts. Indeed, it was precisely the 9th style of Green Lotus sword arts. According to Battle King's rich knowledge, Yi Chen was clear that the last style of a top-rank Earth realm martial skill was extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to a low-rank profound sense martial skill, it was still a lot more powerful than a tenth of a low-rank profound sense martial skill. Those Sea of Soul realm experts who could create low-rank profound sense martial skills had already cultivated 1 or 2 top-rank Earth realm martial skills to perfection. Without perfection, one couldn't even talk about creating a profound sense martial skill. Generally speaking, astral reaching experts couldn't cultivate top-rank Earth realm martial skills to perfection. However, Yi Chen was an exception. His soul was several times more powerful than other martial artists at the same level, and his comprehensive ability was extremely high. Moreover, top-rank Earth realm martial skills were still within the realm of mentalities, not as mysterious as profound sense. As long as one could cultivate the 9th style of Green Lotus sword arts, the possibility of falling into a disadvantage in the astral reaching realm in terms of moves was almost negligible, unless the opponent had comprehended the profound in advance and could push the profound sense martial skill to a higher realm. Of course, he had to comprehend the 9th style of Green Lotus sword arts, as well as the 14th layer of Green Lotus sword arts. Under the same rank, The difficulty of improving a cultivation technique was more than double that of a martial skill. Many Sea of Soul realm experts had yet to cultivate a top-rank Earth realm martial skill to perfection. With the accumulation of the first 8 styles of Green Lotus sword arts, it's not impossible to attack the 9th style. Once I succeed in the 9th style, my mentalities will transform into profound sense. Straightening out his thoughts, Yi Chen searched for the best place to comprehend the sword arts. On the floating mountain peak, there was only one main hall. In the main hall, Floating Mountain sect leader, a majestic middle-aged man, was sitting in the main seat. Below him were 3 people. One was Floating Mountain's core great elder, Shin Tujue. The 2 old men beside him had never been seen before. Their appearances were extremely old. According to an ordinary person's estimation, they were at least 90 years old. If converted to an astral-reaching expert's age, they would be more than 180 years old, close to the end of their lifespan. The majestic middle-aged man was Sikong Shun's grandfather, Sikong Ba, also a descendant of the Tsang King. Shan Tujue, with your strength alone, even if you can suppress Yi Chen, it will be difficult for you to smoothly kill him. This time, I've sent Elder Li and Elder Fu to assist you. Their strength is comparable to yours. With the 3 of them joining hands, killing Yi Chen will be as easy as blowing off dust. Sikong Ba said indifferently. Shin Tujue glanced at Elder Li and Elder Fu, then cupped his hands and said, "With the assistance of 2 elders who have been cultivating for a long time, we can naturally kill Yi Chen. However, before that, please allow me to act alone. If I can't smoothly kill him, then we'll join hands." He had his own plans. If he killed Yi Chen with the strength of 3 people before the fight even started, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to Yi Chen? This was not his original intention. Elder Li smiled. Elder Shin Tujue is still so domineering. Sect leader, I also feel that Elder Shin Tujue can deal with him alone. We'll just watch from the side. He and Elder Fu had been cultivating for a long time without any contact with the outside world. Through the accumulation of time and the support of the sect's resources, their strength was extremely frightening. They were both existences not inferior to Shin Tujue. If Shan Tujue couldn't deal with Yi Chen, it meant that they couldn't deal with him either. Therefore, they didn't believe that Yi Chen could be so powerful. Sikong Ba nodded. This time only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. Yes. Shan Tujue nodded. With a wave of his robe, Sikong Ba threw out 4 streams of light. 2 of the 4 streams of light flew towards Shan Tujue, while the other 2 fell towards Elder Li and Elder Fu. The 3 of them reached out to receive the streams of light. When they felt the fluctuations coming from the streams of light, they were shocked. They were actually high-grade artifacts, a total of 4 high-grade artifacts. Elder Li's high-grade artifact was a saber. The saber light swirled and sliced through the void. Elder Fu's high-grade artifact was a long spear with a large snake coiled around it. As for Shan Tujue, he had 2 high-grade artifacts. One was a greenish-black glove, while the other was a dark green armor. One for offense and one for defense. Sect leader, Shan Tujue, raised his head. Sikong Ba said indifferently, I said only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. These 4 high-grade artifacts were borrowed from the other supreme elders. After using them, you still have to return them. Shin Tujue understands. Feeling the fluctuations of the high-grade artifacts, Shin Tujue was overjoyed. With 2 high-grade artifacts, he was an absolutely invincible existence in the astral-reaching realm. His offense was frighteningly powerful, and his defense was similarly frighteningly powerful. He was already in an invincible position. It seemed like the sect leader's desire to kill Yi Chen was quite intense. But it was no wonder. Yi Chen's action of killing Taoist Jin Huang was already a great disrespect to Floating Mountain. How could he be allowed to live? You guys set off. Sikong Ba waved his hand. Chapter 384. After pondering for a while, Sikong Ba's figure suddenly flickered. The air distorted. No, the space rapidly warped. As if teleporting, he left the main palace and arrived at a dark green mountain behind the floating mountain. Sect leader, why have you come? A voice came from the layers upon layers of buildings. Sikong Ba's lips slightly moved. I reckon you'll have to take action this time. After saying these words, he directly shot into the main palace. The main palace was spacious without a single person. Soon, a gray-haired old man walked in and faintly nodded toward Sikong Ba, expressing his respect. The gray-haired old man said, "Still for that matter?" Sikong Ba faintly nodded. Indeed, according to Elder Jin Huang's description, the expert behind Yi Qin should be a Sea of Soul Realm expert, but not a master. This time, I sent Elder Li and Elder Fu to assist Elder Shin Tuesday. I'm 90% sure. However, in order to prevent that expert from interfering, you're the most suitable. Taoist Jin Huang wasn't clear about the strength of the hand's owner, but how could Sikong Ba not? After listening to Taoist Jin Huang's description, he confirmed that this person was a Sea of Soul Realm expert and not a Life and Death King. In fact, Life and Death Kings rarely took action for a genius, unless this genius had already reached the Sea of Soul Realm. Therefore, Sikong Ba didn't have any misgivings in sending people to kill Yi Qin. Of course, he couldn't go too far and deliberately send a Sea of Soul Realm expert to deal with an astral-reaching expert. Not to mention whether he was insane or not. Even if he wasn't, he would still anger that Sea of Soul Realm expert. Right now, Elder Shin, Tu Jueli, and Elder Fu were both astral-reaching experts. He believed that if they killed Yi Qin, the other party would have nothing to say. However, just in case, Sikong Ba still felt that he should send a Supreme Elder, lest the other party save Yi Qin again. In that case, I'll go out for a walk. The gray-haired old man was clear why Sikong Ba didn't call anyone else but him. In the entire floating mountain, apart from Sikong Ba, he was the strongest. Sikong Ba himself naturally couldn't act, since there were too many taboos. However, if he acted, there wouldn't be so many taboos. I hope he doesn't interfere. I've already mastered the wave split, and I'm lacking an opponent to test its power on. The gray-haired old man sneered and walked out of the main hall, disappearing without a trace. Sikong Ba similarly sneered. The gray-haired old man's seniority was several generations higher than his, and his cultivation base was at mid-Sea of Soul Realm. Although he was a bit weaker than him, he was an existence that couldn't be ignored among ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. With him watching from the side, the expert behind Yi Qin would be helpless. A little martial genius attracting two Sea of Souls Realm warriors. Yi Qin, you should be proud. Windy Nation. South Rudra Martial School. The 1,000-foot waterfall poured down in torrents, emitting a loud, rumbling sound. A dignified woman in her 30s walked out of the bamboo house. After not seeing him for 3 years, he has actually improved so much. In the end, I still underestimated him. He is a genius worth nurturing. On the grass outside the bamboo house, the black-robed spy said, "Leader, the floating mountain martial school has already sent 3 experts to deal with Yi Qin. I'm afraid Yi Qin's situation is not optimistic." Long Bai shook her head. Astral-reaching experts will have to deal with him by himself. I can't help him, but there's no harm in going. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in front of Long Bai suddenly distorted, rippling like water in a pond being blown by a gale. When the black-robed spy raised his head, Long Bai was nowhere to be seen. 10 days later, Sky Star City, 9-star White Jade Tower. Where did Yi Qin go? As soon as he arrived, Shin Tujue controlled all the astral-reaching experts on the 7th floor. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Under the pressure of the 3, someone pointed to the north. Star Regional Lake. Elderly creased his brows. Shin Tujue's sinister gaze swept across the crowd. I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the South Rudra region. Humph! Flicking his sleeves and leaving, the three flew towards the Star Regional Lake 10 li away. 7th floor lobby. Nobody said anything, but their complexions were ashen. The floating Mountain Martial School was too overbearing. For better or worse, they were famous astral-reaching experts, yet they were being threatened like this. If not for floating Mountain Martial School's reputation being too great and its influence being too powerful, they would have long since smashed the gates of any other 7th grade sect. Above the boundless lake, 3 figures were flying at extreme speed. Star Regional Lake is so big, wanting to find a person won't be that easy. We might have to spend some effort, Elderly said. Shintuju nodded. He turned his head to look at the silent Elder Fu and said, Elder Fu, your heavenly vision and earthly hearing technique can sense any activity within a radius of 800 miles. When the time comes, I'll need your help. Elder Fu said, no problem. The heavenly sight and earthly hearing great art was an auxiliary art passed down from ancient times. It didn't have much use in battle, but it was extremely powerful when searching for people or objects. Circulating the art with all its might, one could sense movements within 800 li. It was several times more powerful than spirit power radiation. It should be known that an astral-reaching expert's spirit power could only cover a dozen li, and even some relatively powerful ones wouldn't exceed 20 li. Within 20 li, nothing could be hidden. Beyond 20 li, one could only sense ripples, but beyond 50 li, not even ripples could be sensed, unless the other party deliberately created a powerful disturbance. Another week passed by, and the three's mental appearance was somewhat exhausted. In particular, the wrinkles on Elder Fu's face seemed to have increased a bit. He said in a low voice, although my heavenly sight and earthly hearing great art is useful, I've used it too frequently. My spirit has already suffered some damage. If I can't find his shadow within 3 days, I'll have to return and recuperate. Otherwise, I'll lose even the last shred of hope of stepping into the sea of soul realm. Elder Li and Shin Tujia nodded in understanding. Shin Tujia coldly snorted, when I find that kid, I'll let him know what it means to wish for death. On an uninhabited island in the Star Regional Lake, Kacha, a barren mountain split open, sword chi overflowing in all directions. Surging sword intent pervaded the air, not dissipating for a long time. The 9th style of green lotus sword art has nothing to do with mentality. I've long since reached the limit of wood mentality, and my water mentality is also nearing the limit. It's impossible for me to have no progress at all. It should be due to the utilization of the mentality. In a situation where the mentality is the same, the one with a higher utilization of the mentality will naturally have the upper hand. Mentality was only a core, and the crux was utilization. Those who didn't know how to utilize it would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in battle. For example, the black-robed old man's thunder mentality contained explosive power. This was a kind of utilization, but the utilization of the 9th style of green lotus sword art was even more obscure. Let's try again. Grasping the greenwood sword with both hands, Yi Chen calmed his heart and became as tranquil as an ancient well. Shortly after, he suddenly opened his eyes and slashed the void, striking at a barren mountain not far away. Kacha! The barren mountain split into 2 halves, and the upper half slid down in a slanted manner before crashing down with a loud rumble. Yeah, it's starting to have some flavor. Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. Suddenly, his smile froze, and his forehead faintly twitched. His soul power radiated out, harmonizing with the void. Someone is using mental power to scan this place. Such a thin mental power, but it has increased the range by more than 10 times. Yi Chen's soul power was higher than mental power, so he instantly discerned the profoundness of this mental power. 500 li away, A rare smile appeared on Elder Fu's face as he nodded. Found it. It's on an uninhabited island, 500 li west. Haha, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Shen Tujue was overjoyed. The three usually traveled at 50 to 60% speed. But at this moment, they were going all out, instantly reaching 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. Just as the three left, a figure teleported over. Seems like I don't need to guide them anymore. The newcomer was precisely the Floating Mountain's Supreme Elder, the gray-haired old man. Originally, he planned to help the three when they were at their wits' end. After all, the mental power of Sea of Soul Realm experts had a wider range, and its utilization was also extremely ingenious. He could completely achieve the level of heaven's sight and earth's hearing. Noiselessly, the gray-haired old man leaped and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away, like a flickering feeble light. The Floating Mountain actually dispatched a Supreme Elder. Could it be that they're afraid of me saving Yi-Chen? That should be the case. Even further away, a dignified woman in her 30s floated in the air. In front of her was a water curtain that connected to the void. On the water curtain, the gray-haired old man's figure flickered. If a Sea of Soul Realm expert were nearby, he or she would certainly be able to tell that the water curtain was propelled by profound. Most people only comprehended combat-type profound martial skills, and had very few supplementary profound martial skills. Within a limited time, comprehending battle power enhancing profound martial skills was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Only if one already had several combat-type profound martial skills would they have the leisure to comprehend other things. Of course, one could also choose not to comprehend them, since the profound martial skills left behind by predecessors were still quite profound. The water curtain dispersed, and the dignified woman disappeared. We're here. Elder Fu and the other two arrived at the uninhabited island. Yi-Chen, get out here. Shin Tujue operated his Zhenyuan and roared. 3 extreme astral reaching experts. Floating Mountain really thinks highly of me. Yi-Chen appeared on a barren mountain with a long sword at his waist. Elderly said in an awe-inspiring tone, "You can also be considered a stunning genius. If you continue to grow, you'll most likely reach an even higher realm. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked my Floating Mountain and killed our core elder, Taoist Jin Huang. Now that you're waiting for death, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll be cut into pieces." In the three's eyes, Yi-Chen was already a dead man, not to mention the fact that the three of them were existences among extreme astral reaching experts. Any one of them could contend against or even suppress Yi-Chen. With the three of them joining hands, Yi-Chen had absolutely no hope of survival. Moreover, the three of them had 4 upper-grade artifacts on them. Upper-grade offensive artifacts could amplify attack power by 70 to 80%, while upper-grade defensive artifacts could amplify defense by 70 to 80%. Such a powerful formation of astral-reaching experts couldn't be found in the entire South Rudra region. Trash. Today, this uninhabited island will be your burial ground. Yi-Chen's killing intent had already been aroused. Courting death. Shin Tujue roared. With a wave of his palm, a barren mountain uprooted and smashed towards Yi-Chen. At the same time, his figure flickered, rapidly approaching. Crack! The flying barren mountain split open, and the sword chi, like the first ray of sunlight in the morning, scattered across the horizon and heavily chopped at Shin Tujue's protective Zhenyuan. Shen Tujue simply didn't have enough time to react. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. Chapter 385. As the sword chi rushed out, Yi-Chen slashed out 10 times in a row, completely enveloping the three as he said, "I said you're nothing more than chickens and dogs. Come at me together, saving me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." At his current level, any astral-reaching expert in South Rudra region was nothing more than a chicken or dog in front of Yi Qin, unable to withstand a single blow, not to mention 3 extreme astral-reaching experts. Even 2 or 3 times more would be useless. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yi Qin might have played a few moves. However, against the people chasing him from Floating Mountain, there was no need to be lenient. So what if he was a bit domineering? Pung, 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 sword chi shot out, crisscrossing, including Elder Li and Elder Fu. The 3 didn't even have the opportunity to counterattack. Their protective Zhen Yuan shattered one after another, and blood splattered everywhere. This was only because Yi Qin had some misgivings and didn't want to reveal his full battle power. After all, revealing such a frightening strength would inevitably lead to other incidents. It should be known that in South Rudra region's astral-reaching realm, extreme experts were the peak, and those with upper-grade artifacts were astral-reaching paragons. Instantly killing 3 of them would cause an unimaginable sensation. As for why he had some misgivings, it was because there weren't only the 4 of them in this area. There was someone else spying on them. In terms of soul strength, he wasn't inferior to a Sea of Soul realm expert. Despite limiting his battle power, Yi Qin was still an existence that surpassed the astral-reaching realm. In other words, he was the only one who was unrivaled. Impossible. I have an upper-grade artifact that amplifies my defense by 70 to 80%. It's twice as powerful as a mid-grade artifact. Why can't I block his sword chi? Shen Tujue was about to go crazy. Among the 3, his defense was the strongest. However, facing Yi Qin's sword chi, it still crumbled. Elder Li and Elder Fu were even more miserable. Their bodies were drenched in blood, as if they had been cut into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. Roar! Shin Tujue roared angrily. Wearing a dark blue glove, he struck out with his palm. Numerous barren mountains were uprooted from the ground, shattering in the air as they shot towards Yi Qin at an extreme speed. The rubble rubbed against the air, producing a shocking flame that looked like a meteor shower. Green Lotus, splitting mountain, sweeping the heavens and earth. Yi Qin performed the 6th movement of the Green Lotus sword arts, the Green Lotus, splitting the mountain. He slashed out horizontally and vertically, and the cross-shaped sword light covered the heaven and earth, shattering the endless meteors and rocks. It landed on Shen Tujue's body, forcefully crushing him into a barren mountain, where his figure could no longer be seen. Golden Waterfall Space Slash. Dragon Snake combination attack. Taking advantage of the time when Yi Qin was dealing with Shin Tujue, Elder Li and Elder Fu ignored their blood-stained bodies, each wielding a high-grade saber and spear as they fiercely charged towards Yi Qin. Scram! Clothes fluttering in the wind, Yi Qin swept his sword horizontally. Green lotuses bloomed, and sword chi disappeared. The sword chi slashed down on the high-grade bejeweled weapons, and a terrifying force flowed through the blade and spear. With 2 cracking sounds, Elder Li and Elder Fu's arms were broken, and they were sent flying while coughing out blood. 3 extreme astral-reaching experts, no, 3 astral-reaching paragons, couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Qin, suffering injuries one after another. Not to mention Shin Tujue, whose life and death were unknown. Elder Li was already frightened to the extreme. Even the taciturn Elder Fu was trembling. Too frightening. How could such a frightening character appear in the astral-reaching realm? Not to mention that they had never encountered such a character. They had never even heard of such a character. Rumble. The barren mountain shattered, and Shin Tujue rushed out. Pointing at Yi Qin, he said with bloodshot eyes, "Kid Yi, don't be too complacent. Offending my floating mountain. Don't think of having a peaceful day in the future. Just wait for wave after wave of attacks." Finished speaking, he turned to the 2 elders and said, "Let's go." He had never thought that Yi Qin would dare to kill them. After all, they were different from Taoist Jin Huang, who was merely a core elder and had a lot more strength than him. On the other hand, The three of them were the most powerful existences in the floating, mountain, astral reaching realm. Killing them was tantamount to declaring war with the floating mountain sect. Therefore, even if Yi Chen had more guts, he wouldn't dare to kill them. At this moment, he wanted to leave. What could the other party do to him? This was the might of a sixth-grade sect. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen faced the sky and laughed heartily, his killing intent surging. If you want to leave, leave. Have you asked my sword? Die. The greenwood sword danced, causing the air to violently revolve. Numerous green lotuses appeared out of nowhere, growing from thumb size to dozens of meters in size. With a shake of Yi Chen's arm, the greenwood sword sprinkled out layer upon layer of sword light. The sword light expanded sharply as it charged towards the three. You dare to make a move. Don't tell me you want to declare war with my floating mountain. Shintaju didn't manage to utter the last word, because the sword light had already arrived. Although Shintaju had strengthened his protective genuine to the limit at the first moment, the dark green light was like jade. However, he had underestimated Yi Chen, who had already activated his killing intent. The sword light, which contained a frightening sword intent, was like charcoal burning on a cotton cloth, easily piercing through his protective genuine and chopping off both of his arms. Soon after, even more sword lights arrived, causing Shintaju to continuously puke blood through the dark green armor. The sudden increase in attack power made Shintaju panic. He didn't think that Yi Chen would not care about the power of the floating mountain sect at all, and would attack without any hesitation. The intense pain caused him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down at both of his arms, he realized that both of his arms had been cut off from the shoulder. From now on, he had become a cripple. The fear on his face turned into hatred. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you cut off my arms? I, Shintaju, will not let you live under the same sky. I will destroy your Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold. This person definitely couldn't be left alive. Kill! With his green lotus genuine surging, Yi Chen was about to unleash another sword attack. Brat Yi, you have to think this through. If you kill Elder Shinto, no one will be able to save you. My floating mountain sect will definitely march south and kill our way into the Windy Nation. Elder Li's face turned pale with fright as he threatened. Elder Fu's expression was cold. If you dare to make a move, I, Elder Fu, guarantee that no one related to you will be left alive. Killing one is killing. 3 is also killing. You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing in this world? On the road to the Yellow Springs, you can go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen's greenwood sword was swung out heavily. Dozens of li away, the gray-haired old man, who was watching the scene, suddenly paled. An intense killing intent surfaced in his eyes, and the air around him exploded. This time his mission was to obstruct the expert behind Yi Chen and save Yi Chen. After all, Shintaju and the other 2 possessed upper-grade artifacts. With the 3 of them joining hands, any astral-reaching expert would fall, and Yi Chen would be no exception. However, the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. Not only did Shintaju and the other 2 fail to kill Yi Chen, they were instead slaughtered by Yi Chen. It was a tragic sight. If he were to tell others, the majority of people wouldn't believe it. Even the gray-haired old man himself didn't dare to believe it. The plan had changed. The gray-haired old man couldn't just watch as Yi Chen killed the 3. Unfortunately, he was too far away from the uninhabited island. He immediately regretted not paying attention. If he had paid attention to this robbery, he would have approached long ago. With his sea of soul realm methods, he wouldn't have been discovered. A distance of dozens of li, even with his speed as a sea of soul realm expert, couldn't be crossed in an instant. Even if he attacked, it would be too late. Yi Chen had already made his move. The only thing he could do was to warn him. Little bastard, stop! If you dare to kill the 3 of them, this old man will let you know the meaning of pain. Your Yi family and Sky Cloud sect will also be completely erased. Under the cover of Sea of Soul Realm Jinyuan, the sound traveled to the uninhabited island at an explosive speed, entering Yi Chen's ears in 1/10 of a second. In your dreams! Yi Chen had already made up his mind. The greenwood sword, which had reached the optimal angle, shot out waves of indestructible sword chi. The sword chi was like a tide, instantly drowning the three. Chi, 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 chi. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts, 1,000 cuts. Under the torrent of sword chi, the three were sliced into a bloody mist. Only the area protected by the upper-grade artifacts remained intact. As for the mid-grade artifacts, although Yi Chen couldn't destroy them, the sword chi still struck them, and the frightening power vibrated at an extremely high frequency, turning them into a bloody mist. One sword strike killed 3 people. The gray-haired old man froze for a moment, feeling incomparably shocked and furious. He had already warned Yi Chen, but the latter dared to ignore him. "Little bastard, you dare to ignore this old man." Buzz! The space suddenly distorted as the gray-haired old man teleported over. With 2 or 3 flickers, the gray-haired old man appeared in the sky above the uninhabited island. Yi Chen looked straight at the gray-haired old man. He could tell that the latter was a Sea of Soul Realm expert, and not an ordinary one at that. That frightening aura even expelled the air, turning the surroundings into a vacuum. With him as the center, all the shattered objects within several li floated up. Kacha! Kacha! The ground suddenly cracked open, unable to bear the pressure of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Originally, this old man didn't intend to kill you. You don't deserve it. But today, this old man will make an exception. Dying in this old man's hands is something you can be proud of. The gray-haired old man didn't care about the rules or the experts behind him. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. Yi Chen had already succeeded in angering him. He raised his right hand, and masses of dark cyan chi rapidly revolved, expanding from several meters to several hundred meters. It was like a huge millstone. As the millstone formed, gales rose in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder and lightning interweaved. The speed at which the ground crumbled became faster and faster. After killing you, this old man will personally make a trip to Windy Nation. But you won't be able to see the scene of blood flowing like a river. Bang! The gray-haired old man let out a low roar. The huge millstone flew out of his hand, completely ignoring the distance between them as it instantly bombarded toward Yi Chen's face. If this strike landed, even if Yi Chen was wearing an upper-grade defensive artifact, the Golden Gilt armor, he would die without a doubt. However, his expression was calm, without a trace of panic. "I'd like to see how you kill him and personally make a trip to Windy Nation. Get lost." At the critical moment, a sky-covering huge hand appeared out of nowhere. Its 5 fingers closed, and the huge millstone seemed to have entered a cage. It didn't even have the chance to struggle before it was grabbed by the huge hand. Dong! A muffled explosion resounded. The dark clouds scattered and thunder and lightning flew everywhere. The huge hand lightly clenched, and the huge millstone shattered into nothingness. After several years, the sky-covering, huge hand had reappeared. Chapter 386. Who is it? Trying to hide. The gray-haired old man's complexion changed. He wasn't astonished at the might of the sky-covering hand. In fact, that move was merely a casual attack of his. What truly made him apprehensive was that the newcomer's concealment skill was extremely profound. He had actually failed to discover the opponent's existence. Spreading out his soul power, the gray-haired old man finally sensed a trace of fluctuation on the lake's surface 10 li away. Splash! A thin layer of water curtain descended. This water curtain was colorless and formless, almost fusing with the void. Looking at it with the naked eye, it seemed to be nothing. Even if one radiated their soul power, it would be absorbed by the water curtain, unable to sense the slightest fluctuation. The gray-haired old man didn't know that the expert behind Yi Qin had such a frightening concealment skill, so he didn't pay much attention. As the water curtain dissipated, a 30-years-old, dignified woman appeared in the sight of Yi Qin and the gray-haired old man. Sect leader Long, Yi Chen was relieved. 3 years ago, he had guessed that the owner of the sky-covering hand was South Rudra sect leader Long Bai, and it was just as he had expected. Long Bai suspiciously glanced at Yi Qin. She didn't know why, but she was very clear that the gray-haired old man hadn't noticed her. Yet, Yi Chen seemed to be aware of it. Could it be her misconception? After all, an astral-reaching expert, no matter how powerful his battle power was, couldn't have such great accomplishments in the aspect of soul power that he could see through her traces? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Long Bai dispelled this doubt. However, she had miscalculated this time. Yi Chen had indeed sensed Long Bai's fluctuation. That faintly discernible aura was exactly the same as the sky-covering hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored the gray-haired old man's warning and killed Shin Tujiwe and the other two. The gray-haired old man didn't sense sect leader Long's trace, which means that his soul power is inferior to mine. Seems like I've underestimated the strength of my soul. The soul was the origin of a person and was hard to sense. Yi Chen only knew that his soul was not inferior to Sea of Soul realm experts, but he didn't know to what extent. Compared to the gray-haired old man, Yi Chen discovered that his advantage was much higher than he had imagined. Who are you? The gray-haired old man had never seen Long Bai before. Long Bai's tone was indifferent. You don't need to know my identity. You can go back to where you came from. Humph. I don't care who you are, but this kid killed 3 conclave elders of the Hanging Mountain. Even death cannot wipe out his crimes. As the supreme elder of the Floating Sky Mountain, the gray-haired old man was second only to Long Bai. If he was scared away by Long Bai's words, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? If it's an astral-reaching realm battle, then let the astral-reaching realm take care of it. You and I are both at the Sea of Souls realm. It would be inappropriate for us to get involved in the astral-reaching realm's business. If you don't let it go, then I will have to beat you back. Although Long Bai was a woman, her aura was as vast as the sea, and there was a trace of extraordinary domineeringness in her calmness. Beat me back? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Fine. I've long wanted to test the power of wavecrack. I'll use you to test it out. The gray-haired old man laughed heartily. His voice was like muffled thunder, shaking the surrounding barren mountains. Without stopping, the gray-haired old man raised his hand and attacked Yi Qin. Today, nobody can save you, not even her. Die. He had the intention to exchange blows with Long Bai, but only after killing Yi Qin. Rumble. In front of Yi Qin, a dark cyan chi appeared out of nowhere and transformed into a huge millstone, rapidly crushing towards Yi Qin at lightning speed. Since you insist, then there's nothing to say. Long Bai slapped with one hand, shattering the millstone. At the same time, a soft force acted on Yi Chen's body, pushing him 10 li away. You're courting death. The gray-haired old man was enraged. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his arms shook. White wind blades condensed and floated 3 feet away from his body. These wind blades were not simple wind blades. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were many tiny wind blades moving inside the wind blades. In other words, these wind blades were formed by the combination of even smaller wind blades. The concept of wind could no longer be described. Only the profound meaning of wind could push these wind blades, causing their power to reach an even more terrifying realm. Wind blade, go! As soon as he shouted, the wind blades collectively shot out. The distance of several li was practically non-existent. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. Wherever the wind blades passed, Vacuum cracks would appear in the void, like a torn piece of cloth. And the most powerful thing was not this. Outside the wind blades, the space was distorted, as if it could not bear the cutting of the wind blades. To be able to distort space, what kind of shocking, destructive power was this? 5 caltrop, water caltrop. Longbai's expression did not change. She stretched out her left hand, and waves of water rippled, forming a pyramid at an incredible speed. The pyramid was placed horizontally, protecting Longbai inside. It was like a pyramid laid horizontally, with the sharp tip facing the wind blades. Bo-bo-bo-bo-bo. When the wind blades hit the transparent pyramid, they were either bounced off or stuck inside. Their speed was reduced by 90%, and they could not display their original power at all. The bounced wind blades lost half of their power, but when they landed on the uninhabited island, the entire island trembled. The ground was plowed with bottomless ravines, and the ravines spread out. The uninhabited island showed signs of cracking, and the seawater gradually poured in. Such a powerful low-level defensive profound. It can actually block my wind blade. Even if the gray-haired old man hated Longbai to the core, he had to admit that the defensive low-level profound martial skill she used was very powerful. This wind blade was not created by him, but by a senior of the floating mountain. It was an offensive low-level profound martial skill. Once it was used, there would be tiny wind blades moving inside the wind blades, increasing their power and terrifying destructive power. You take my soaring cloud dragon hand as well. Supporting the 5 caltrop water caltrop with her left hand, Longbai's right hand spun. Water rippled, and a mountain-sized huge hand pressed toward the gray-haired old man. The huge hand was incomparably huge, covering the sun and the sky. The veins on the palm could be clearly seen. So what if I take one of your moves? The gray-haired old man was full of confidence. His body shook, and his Jianyuan swelled, transforming into a faintly discernible stone statue phantom. This stone statue phantom had a clear structure, and every joint was seamless without the slightest flaw. Moreover, a dark blue flowing light pervaded the air, making it look like a crystal. This crystal protector of mine is one of Stone King's 3 great defensive profound martial skills. Although it is only a low-level one, its defense is absolutely extraordinary. Back in the day, Stone King was somewhat famous among ordinary life and death kings precisely because of its powerful defense. With the protection of this low-level defensive profound martial skill, the gray-haired old man didn't believe that Longbai could break through it. As soon as she revealed a flaw, he would launch a fierce counterattack. The huge hand struck the stone statue phantom, causing gales to rise in the sky. A vast ripple radiated out, reaching dozens of li away. The lake water around the uninhabited island was pushed in every direction, reaching a height of over 1,000 meters. It was like a huge iron pot, and the uninhabited island was right at the bottom of the pot. As for Yi Qin, who was standing 10 li behind Longbai, even he felt his footing becoming unstable, as if he would be blown away. One could easily imagine how frightening the aftermath of the battle was. Kacha! Abruptly, a crack appeared on the stone statue phantom, and the crack quietly extended, covering its entire body. Impossible! How could Crystal Protector fail to block her attack? The gray-haired old man roared, his figure explosively retreating. The huge hand chased for dozens of li before exhausting its strength and loudly collapsing. Very good. You are qualified for me to use Wave Split. Once I use this move, no matter how powerful your defense is, it will still be destroyed. With an ashen face, the gray-haired old man let out a long roar. Zhan Yuan erupted like a volcano, fiercely pouring into his right arm. His withered right arm was like an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding to the thickness of an adult's waist. His clothes were instantly torn apart, exploding into pieces. Wave Split. A fist containing a frightening power was thrown out, and the gray-haired old man's body was forced back 3 steps. Circles of space, wrinkles, appeared in the space in front of him. The wrinkles spread crazily, getting faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the space wrinkles began to show signs of exploding. Wave split is my own creation, so it is most suitable for me. Wind, wave, blade, and crystal protector are, after all, profound martial skills created by others, so I can't use them to their limits. Only the one created by myself is most suitable for me. Have a taste of its power, the gray-haired old man thought. Facing the incoming power, Long Bai slightly creased her brows. She could already feel the terror of this move. Not only was distance unable to obstruct it, but its power was also stacked layer by layer. If it met an external force, it would explode crazily, and the 5 caltrops might not be able to resist it. As she expected, the moment the 5 caltrops came into contact with the wave's split power, they rapidly disintegrated. The exploding water shot up 10,000 meters into the sky, and she herself had to retreat more than 10 steps before the impact was neutralized. This move is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me can't be made up. Reverse current chop. Without a trace of panic on her face, Long Bai straightened her palm as a blade and chopped at the extremely condensed wave split power. Chi. The wave split power was extremely powerful, but Long Bai's reverse current chop seemed to be able to restrain it. The blade energy rushed out and split the power in half, and the water curtain-like blade energy rapidly chopped at the gray-haired old man's body. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the gray-haired old man's stone statue phantom completely shattered, and he was sent flying dozens of li away. It's over. At this point, Yi Chen was already clear that the gray-haired old man and Long Bai were a level apart. There wasn't much suspense. He couldn't have imagined that the ordinary South Rudra Sect's leader would be a Sea of Soul realm expert. Including Sky Cloud Sect's leader, the other 4 sect leaders could stand side by side with her. It was simply a mockery. I'll remember this palm. I'll certainly pay you a visit in the future. The gray-haired old man no longer dared to tangle with Long Bai. Leaving behind a ruthless sentence, he shot off into the distance. With a flicker, he was already dozens of li away. Long Bai's voice spread out. You don't need to pay me a visit. I'll make a trip to Floating Mountain in the future. Tell Sikong Ba for me. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to see the gray-haired old man's figure stagger. Chapter 387. Waiting until the gray-haired old man disappeared, Yi Chen flew over and cupped his hands towards Long Bai. Many thanks to Sect Leader Long for saving my life a second time. Long Bai retracted her oppressive aura and turned around. Last time, I didn't tell you my identity because you still couldn't reach this level. But now, you're already the strongest existence among astral-reaching experts. Stepping into Sea of Soul realm is only a matter of time. Junior understands. Pausing for a bit, Long Bai continued. I can see that your progress in Sword Will is extraordinary. Let me ask you, have you condensed a sword soul? Condensing a sword soul at the astral-reaching realm was something that not many people had been able to do since the ancient times, and those who had been able to do it were all world-shaking figures. It should be known that condensing a sword soul was several times harder than condensing a martial soul, not to mention condensing a sword soul at the astral-reaching realm. Even a lot of powerful sword artists who had reached the Sea of Souls realm years ago might not be able to successfully condense a sword soul. The more powerful it was, the more difficult it would be. Nope, Yi Chen denied, then changed his tone. But in terms of sword will, I'm not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul realm sword artists. Could it be because of Battle King's immortal sword will? Long Bai didn't ask about the immortal sword will. Everyone had their own secrets, and people without secrets didn't exist. But even if he had the immortal sword will, its might shouldn't be that great. Of course. She didn't know that Yi Chen's soul was also not inferior to ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Moreover, it was at the peak of Sea of Soul Realm. A powerful soul and a powerful sword were what made Yi Chen so powerful. Forget it. Peak geniuses all have extremely outstanding aspects. Perhaps your achievements in sword might surpass Battle King. Of course, the premise is that you can enter life and death realm. After saying these words, Long Bai's face turned solemn. South Rudra region is my territory. I can guarantee that you won't be attacked by Sea of Soul Realm experts. But once you leave South Rudra region, you'll have to rely on yourself. Even if you're chased by Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one will save you. Luck is also a part of strength. Thank you for your concern. Sect Master Long Yi Chen will keep this in mind. The battle between Long Bai and the gray-haired old man was earth-shattering. Yi Chen was very clear that although he had some advantages in certain aspects, in terms of battle power, he was far weaker than the gray-haired old man. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts were also divided into different levels. The weakest among them were undoubtedly those who had just entered the Sea of Soul Realm and had yet to cultivate peak Earth grade cultivation techniques or martial skills. They had yet to successfully condense their martial soul or sword soul. Sea of Soul Realm experts of this level were definitely the lowest of existences. Their only advantage was the advantage of cultivation realm. Yi Chen had the confidence to contend against them. Above them were those who had cultivated peak Earth grade cultivation techniques, but had yet to reach perfection. Similarly, their peak Earth grade martial skills had yet to reach perfection, and they couldn't create their own low-grade profound sense martial skills. Even if they learned the low-grade profound sense martial skills left behind by their predecessors, they wouldn't be that powerful. Yi Chen was confident that as long as he cultivated Green Lotus Sword Arts to the highest 15th layer, comprehended the 9th style of Green Lotus Sword Arts, and successfully condensed his sword soul, he would have the qualifications to battle. After that would be the core strength of ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Their peak Earth grade cultivation techniques and martial skills had all reached perfection, and their low-grade profound sense martial skills were still in the process of comprehending. After that would be the gray-haired old man's level. Not only had they cultivated their cultivation techniques and martial skills to perfection, they had also comprehended their own low-grade profound sense martial skills. Moreover, they had also learned many kinds of low-grade profound sense martial skills left behind by their predecessors. Their strength was extremely frightening. As for Long Bai's strength, Yi Chen couldn't analyze it because he didn't know whether she had used her full strength or not. So how could he analyze it? According to Battle King's rich knowledge, in the Sea of Soul Realm, cultivation base accounts for 30% of the battle power, while martial spirit and martial skills are the key factors. The two together account for 70%. Long Bai faintly nodded. Yi Chen's temperament was steady, which made her feel at ease. Recalling something, she said, "You should know that I am not from Windy Nation, nor from South Rudra region. The power I belong to is called Dragon God Celestial Palace. The palace master is my great-grandfather, known as Dragon King. He is one of the oldest kings of true Spirit Continent. He thinks very highly of you, but he doesn't want to take you as his disciple. You have to walk your own path, and restricting you will only limit your potential. What I find strange is that he has taken a fancy to your Sky Cloud Sect's core elder, Su Jing, and wishes to take her as his disciple. Of course, he doesn't want her to leave Sky Cloud Sect, but rather he wants her to have two identities at the same time. Long Bai was a member of Dragon God Celestial Palace. From Battle King's rich knowledge, Yi Chen had long since learned that Dragon God Celestial Palace was a 5th grade sect. Apart from Dragon King's Dragon King token, there was also the Little Dragon token, which was usually in the hands of people with extremely high status. Even Dragon King's blood relatives had some. Long Bai had the little azure dragon token, so she was undoubtedly an important person of Dragon God Celestial Palace. What surprised him was that Dragon King actually took a fancy to Su Jing and wanted to take her as his disciple. In Yi Chen's eyes, Su Jing's talent and comprehension were undoubtedly top-notch. However, it had not reached the level where she could look down on everyone else. Dragon King didn't want to take anyone else as his disciple, but only her. The meaning behind it was not that simple. Since Dragon King had spoken, Yi Chen naturally had no objections, not to mention that Dragon King wouldn't harm Su Jing. Even if he did, Yi Chen wouldn't have the slightest way to do anything. As a dignified life and death king, one of the oldest kings of true spirit continent, he held the life and death of millions and millions of people in his hands. His status was transcendent. If he wanted to take Su Jing as his disciple, it would be a good thing for him at the moment. Sect leader Long, this is a good thing. Why discuss it with me? Long Bai smiled and said, seems like you still don't know. Grandfather values you very much. The necessary respect cannot be omitted. Then, I'll thank Senior Dragon King on behalf of Su Jing. If there's nothing else, come back to Windy Nation with me. In a few days, someone from Dragon God Celestial Palace will come to pick up Su Jing. All right. Above the undulating mountain range, an unceasingly flickering beam of light swept past, shooting toward a distant floating mountain peak. In the main palace of the floating mountain peak, Sikong Ba's brows creased. Swish! A figure appeared in the center of the palace. You're injured? Not waiting for the newcomer to speak, Sikong Ba asked in astonishment. The figure was precisely the gray-haired old man. He touched the wound on his chest and said with a gloomy expression, We've all underestimated that person. Her strength is much higher than mine. I received a hand blade from her. Without 3 months of rest, I won't be able to recover. A hand blade? So powerful. As a mid-sea of soul realm expert, Sikong Ba naturally knew how difficult it was to injure a sea of soul realm expert of the same level and then recuperate for half a year. Ordinary minor injuries didn't require 3 months of rest. 1 month was more than enough to recover. Her achievements in the water profound are extremely high. Moreover, she said that she would pay a visit to my floating mountain and asked me to inform you. Hearing these words, Sikong Ba's complexion greatly changed. Paying a visit to my floating mountain? What does she want? In terms of strength, although he was stronger than the gray-haired old man, there was a limit. If nothing unexpected happened, the strength of the expert behind Yi Chen was not below his. It was quite possible for them to attack the floating mountain. However, since the other party didn't chase after the gray-haired old man, it shouldn't be because of this. Sect leader, I'll return to heal first. With blood leaking out from the corner of his mouth, the gray-haired old man didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and left. Before leaving, he shot out 4 beams of light, which were 4 upper-grade artifacts. Reaching out to catch them, Sikong Ba was speechless. The artifacts had returned, but the person hadn't. This was truly a huge loss. Kacha! With the armrest cracked, Sikong Ba coldly said, Back then, my ancestor, Song King, showed kindness to Prison King. It's time to repay this kindness. As long as a direct disciple of Prison King makes a move, you'll die without a burial no matter how powerful you are. Prison King was one of the most powerful kings under Su King. He was as famous as Xianhou Evil King and the rest. Nobody knew that when Prison King was weak, Song King had helped him. After Song King's death, Prison King sent a letter to Sikong clan, saying that he would help Sikong clan with 3 matters within his power. Humph! Since you want to pay a visit to my floating mountain, come. I'll make sure you don't return. A domineering voice reverberated in the main hall. Originally, with Yi Chen's speed, it would have taken him at least a month to return to Windy Nation. However, with the support of Long Bai's Jin Yuan, it only took him 5 days. It's inconvenient for me to appear. You'll have to explain the matter with Su Jing. Several thousand li away from Sky Cloud Sect, Long Bai said to Yi Qin. Yi Qin nodded, I know. Then, I'll take my leave first. I'll help you settle your dispute with Floating Mountain. As her voice faded, Long Bai turned around and flew off. Many thanks. Yi Chen naturally knew that Long Bai was going to Floating Mountain. As long as Floating Mountain didn't give up on chasing after him, he would be in danger. This time he had killed 3 extreme astral reaching experts. Next, it would be Sea of Soul Realm experts chasing after him. The only ones who could stop Floating Mountain were Long Bai and the Dragon God Celestial Palace behind her. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen gazed in the direction of Sky Cloud Sect's Cool Breeze Mountain, then circulated his Zhan Yuan and shot over. Because Yi Chen didn't conceal his Zhan Yuan fluctuations, Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer immediately sensed his return. Yi Chen, come to my Cloud Dreamer Peak. Cloud Dreamer transmitted through the air. Cloud Dreamer Peak. Both Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were present. Yi Chen, you're back. I heard you were chased by 4 extreme astral reaching experts and fell into the bewilderment fog, Forbidden Zone. It gave us quite a fright. Thunder Freer faintly smiled. Yi Chen apologetically said, I've let the 2 seniors worry. It's good that you're back. Don't you think so, Cloud Dreamer? Of course. Yi Chen smiled. He could tell that the 2 seniors were truly concerned about him. It was not only because of his importance, but also because they considered him as a junior. Seniors, there's something I need to discuss with you. Dragon God Celestial Palace Master, Dragon King, wishes to take Su Jing as his disciple. Dragon King wishes to take Su Jing as his disciple. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer were aghast. Yes, we don't have the final say in this matter. It's up to Su Jing to agree. Yi Chen nodded. The decision was in Su Jing's hands. Neither of them could make the decision.